Hello, everyone. I'm very excited for us to be back for our second day of LockDownCon 2021. I'm going to be joined, at least here briefly, for our pre-show for my lovely co-founder and co-host ordinarily. This year, she has been extraordinarily busy because she is working on her master's degree and she has papers due. But so she hasn't been able to host for us this year. But she did want to drop in and say hello to everyone since. She watched some of our panels yesterday, but she said that she'd like to say hello to people. And so,
hello, I'm Jana. I'm really glad to see you, and I'm excited about the panels that we've had so far and are going to have today. I, as Neil mentioned, am embroiled in graduate studies, and I'm trying to focus on that, but I keep sneaking in and looking at LockDownCon. But anyway, we've got some great panels lined up today, and I'm just so appreciate all the wonderful participants we have. We are very fortunate and got some great people.
Yeah, well, I really want to particularly thank her for Jana for getting us yesterday as part of our Greenwood panel. I'm getting some feedback here. Okay, so yesterday during our Greenwood panel, we had a wonderful one of people on our panel, Dr. Grace Gibson. And so actually Jana had met Grace through a symposium that Jana had been participating in about art history. And so she had met Grace and she had recommended her for our Greenwood panel. And I am so very, very grateful to have had that recommendation because I really thought her contributions to that panel yesterday were really wonderful. And so I appreciate Jana helping us kind of get her for that panel and everything. So, and I know that we had some really nice comments in general from people about that particular panel. We had some of our scientists who were watching, who were part of our Above the Sky and Below the Sea panel, who actually were very had spoken very highly about that particular panel, and so people really seemed to have appreciated that. And again, I was very, very proud that we were able to present that panel to you this year. We have a pretty great lineup here today. We've got only have 4 hours of panels today, but it's all really great stuff. And so I'll look at my list here real fast and just so I can tell you what's going on with those. So our first panel up is Across the Line, Comics in the Transmedia World. And our panelists for that are Mr. Jeffrey Thorne. You will know him for having been a comic writer for both DC and for Marvel. Right now, he's writing for Green Lantern, so you might have heard of that particular little book before. Ann Toole, who is a friend of ours for a long time, and she's frequently been on our narrative design panel because she works in the computer gaming industry, but she's done the comic book adaptation of the game Horizon Zero Dawn, so she'll be here talking about that. We had originally had John Jennings scheduled to be part of this panel. Unfortunately, he's had a last minute something come up. So unfortunately, John will not be able to join us for this panel, but he was with us yesterday for the Greenwood panel. And so we're very super grateful for his participation in that panel. Next up after that, we have Nancy Holder. I'm just really excited to have Nancy be part of this panel. She's here talking about the Mary Shelley's Presents Tales of the Supernatural. She just picked up a Stoker Award for that, I believe. And it's a great little comic book. And Nancy is kind of been a hero of Jane and I's for a long time. We've often said, is one of these days I want to grow up and be Nancy Holder. She is probably one of the most prolific writers that I've known ever. She's just amazing. She's incredible. But she did the novelization for Crimson Peak. And a lot of the Buffy and Angel novelizations. That was Nancy Holder, but again, she's here today to talk about her comic book that she's done.
Um,
We
we,
oh
oh,
Dana.
Dana? I was just going to say, and Nancy not only is, very hardworking and she and Jeff Thorne, like some of the hardest working writers we know, but she's always working, but she loves what she does and it really shines through. She is both a writer and a fan, and it's just really always a pleasure to have her around.
Yeah, so I'm looking
I'm
forward to
looking forward to
talking with her
talking with
her
her.
today. We have Caden Phoenix. She has a new comic book called A La Brava, Universe of Latina Superheroes. So we're looking forward to talking to her about that. It seems to be getting quite a bit of buzz right now. And last but not least, on this particular panel, we have John Zur-Platten. Again, another person that we've known from our computer game design or sort of circle of friends, and this time he's here talking about his comic book Saint Mary's, and so Saint Mercy. So anyway, I think that you're going to really enjoy our talk today as we kind of dive into these stories about these different comic books and explore that world a little bit. Then up at 2 o'clock, we will have getting that novel done. And so for those of you who are novelists that have had that novel sitting in a drawer for a while and you've just been having trouble getting it finished or just having the motivation to keep moving, we're going to be talking with 3 different writers about writing and the whole process and how they stay motivated and how they got their first novels done. And so we will have Desiree Duffy from Black Chateau. Black Chateau specializes in doing PR and marketing and helping writers with their published works. She also wrote a really wonderful book called Oubliette. I'm pronouncing that name probably horribly, but a kind of interesting little horror novel. We're following it up with also Nev March from who wrote a fantastic first novel called Murder in Old Bombay. It's a great mystery. It feels very sort of Sherlock Holmes-ish in some respects or whatever, but also it's set in India back in the 1800s, and it's a wonderful, wonderful novel. I reviewed her on my personal blog. And so I'm super excited that I'll be speaking with Nev for the first time. And then last but certainly not least is our friend Zara Altair, who we've known for a number of years because she's involved in the screenwriting groups here in San Diego. And she has a series of mysteries called the Argolicus mysteries, which are all, of course, set in ancient Rome. And so, anyway, 3 very, very talented ladies. I think they're going to have a lot of really great advice for you. I know that they've all been really good about kind of sharing their craft and helping other writers. And so, I think you're going to benefit a lot from these 3 ladies if you're interested in writing and trying to figure out how to slog your way through to getting that book finally finished. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we have the universal appeal of horror, and I'm really always excited to talk about horror with my horror-loving friends. Of course, Jana and I here are both filmmakers. We've had some horror films produced and run through the local film festival, and so that's one of the reasons our first guest on the list is Mr. Miguel Rodriguez, who is the film director for the Horrible Imaginings Film Festival. And so Miguel is sort of like the encyclopedia of all things horror. And so I think that if you love horror movies, horror books, I think that he has a reading group that's associated with Dread Central. So if you are interested in those kinds of things, I think Miguel is going to have a lot of interesting insights as part of this panel. We'll have Michelle Renee Lane. Michelle was with us yesterday as part of our Other Worlds panel. She has a wonderful book called Invisible Chains, which again was a horror novel but also kind of crosses over with a few other things. But of course, she's dealing with vampires and things like that. And so we're going to talk to her about her book, but also, her general thoughts on it. Nancy Holder will be back to join us again for this particular panel. And then our friend Jim Phillips, who actually runs a Skype group for Call of Cthulhu. And so these four individuals will be talking with me about horror, why people love it, what's the continuing appeal of the genre, and that sort of thing. And again, I think that it's going to be a really exciting talk because all these people by themselves are really fascinating speakers. But I think having them all together in one room is going to be a real treat for all of us. And I'm looking forward to a really great conversation with the four of them. And then last but not least, we have the score. Composing for games. And so we're going to be talking with two different game composers who create the soundtracks for the games that you love. Tony Manfredona, who is our first composer. Tony is actually doing the music right now for a game called Call of Seregnar, which, of course, we featured the designer for that particular game. He was actually as part of our first panel for the convention, the indie dev panel. And so Tony's been working with them. And so we're going to be looking forward to his insights and thoughts about composing music for games. And again, I'm really looking forward to what Tony has to say. He's written some beautiful stuff for Call of Ragnar, and I'm interested in hearing what he has to say about that. We also have Mr. Dan Polakar. He has done the soundtrack for a game called Empire of Sin, but also for the Crimson Diamond, which is another game whose developer we had as part of our indie dev panel at the beginning. So we're kind of starting with games this year and ending with games. And so Dan worked on, let's say, on the Crimson Diamond. The woman who is the developer, I mean, pretty much the person making that game is Julia Minamata. And again, we had her as part of our panel on yesterday at our kickoff. And again, so I'm really looking forward to talking to the two of them and getting their insights about what are the secrets about making music, their favorite things about making music. And we're probably also going to be a little bit techie because since I'm also a music, we're going to dive in and we're going to talk about, what kind of gear they have, what are they using, and that kind of stuff. And so if you like nerding out talking about computer hardware and software and that kind of stuff, we're certainly going to be discussing all of that. So we have just about 10 minutes before we officially are going to be starting up with our next panel. And so I guess the first thing is we want to do is let all of you know that so this is a live event. So what you're watching is not pre-canned. And so if you are interested in asking questions from our panelists or whatever, please feel free on whatever platform you're watching on, if they have comments available or whatever. So Facebook and Twitch and YouTube, I know on all three of those platforms, it's possible for you to add questions. I can see them, and I can as we're going through the different talks, if there's something comes up that you just have a burning question to just about the topic, or if there's something in particular you want to ask one of our panelists about things they've worked on or what have you, please throw those into the chat. And as we go along, and whenever we have some time, I'll throw those out and let them answer those questions. So far from yesterday, like I said, I mentioned kind of the Greenwood panel, and in particular, I really enjoyed that panel. The game dev panel was a great deal of fun for me because not only because that is officially my day job. Is working in the computer gaming industry, but I loved having the opportunity to talk to some other indie developers and kind of getting their perspective on the things they like or don't like, or with game development. And it was also an opportunity for me to kind of reconnect with a couple of the people who I've worked with in the past. And so we had both Chris Taylor and Greg McMartin, both of whom I worked with at a company called Cave Dog many years ago, and so it kind of turned into a little mini reunion, and we had a lot of fun talking about stuff, and lots of great insights. If you want to watch the programming that we had yesterday, I think that you will really enjoy. Checking out, if you go to YouTube and look for LockDownCon, all of our programming from yesterday is available as a stream, and you can check that out, anytime. So the other panels we had a panel on Star Trek. Surprise that I had a panel about Star Trek. But we had our good friend Larry Nemechek, Andrei Bormanis, and some new folks that we had with us yesterday, and again, really great talk. We enjoyed having those with us. I'm starting to see some of our guests for the first panel showing up in our green room here, and so we've got Nancy and John that are waiting in the wings here or whatever, and so we'll bring them on here in just a few minutes for you. And so, as I said before, if there are questions that you have for our panelists or whatever, drop them into the chat over here, and I will be more than happy to kind of share those with our panelists and ask them the questions. Another panel we had yesterday, which I think a lot of people really enjoyed, was our novel panel. And so we had four really wonderful people. We have Mr. David Mack, Ilana Meyer, Cherie Thomas, and again, I said Michelle Lane again. So Michelle will be back with us for the horror panel that Nancy is also a part of. And so she had wonderful things. So Jana, were you?
Oh, I was just going to say, I know you've got the guests starting to come into the green room, and I am very torn because I really do need to write papers, but I'll probably sneak in and watch some, like I said, like I did yesterday. But all these wonderful panelists are really quite a test of my resolve to try to focus on graduate school. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and sign out for the moment, but I'll watch on Facebook as I can, and I'm just so delighted anyway that it's just great to be here. I'm getting distracted because I'm starting to see hellos from the panelists and all. But anyway, wonderful to see everyone. Okay, bye.
Thank you. And so. So anyway, so we'll be officially starting our panel here in about 5 minutes or whatever. And so if like I say, if this is a good time for you to drop in some questions, and so as we float along, I'll be kind of offering those up to the panelists as we go or what have you. If you want to share this out or whatever, we are on multiple platforms. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, and so a lot of opportunities for people to watch this in various different locations. And so I may go ahead and start actually letting my panelists, admitting my panelists into the room here or whatever. So I'll let them kind of give me a thumbs up when you guys are ready for me to drop you in. So okay. All right, so thumbs up. All right, good. So here comes Nancy, John, and Caden. Good morning or good afternoon, as it is. My schedule's all turned around, but so are you all having a good day so far?
Yeah, it's hot here, but it's not as hot. I'm in Washington State, so it's hot, but it's not as hot as it is in Seattle. And I'm just seeing that my lighting in here is horrible, but that's my contribution.
Well, it's kind of warm here, but I'm hoping that we don't get as bad as it did here, because at one point yesterday during the con, it hit like 100 degrees in the studio, and I was melting down, and my brain just completely stopped working for a little bit. But so how about you, Caden? How are things where you're at?
Everything's really good. I just came from Fresno, so if anything is better than Fresno, and so I'm in LA, so I'm very happy with 90-degree weather right now.
Well, I'm glad, because I know you said you might be on the road, and so I'm actually glad that you're having an opportunity to not be having to broadcast from your car.
Yeah, just melting skin.
Good morning, John.
Good morning. Afternoon.
Yeah,
afternoon. Yeah, I'm also in LA. I'm in Burbank, and it's currently 91 degrees. But you know, the old joke about it being a dry heat. It's good, and everything else is fun. It's been a good weekend so far.
Good, good. So we're still kind of waiting on Jeff and Anne right now, or whatever. So hopefully they'll join us momentarily. But I may go ahead and since we do have a fairly large panel for this one, I may let you start kind of introducing yourselves before we start getting into the meat of everything. So Nancy, I'm just going to let you kick it off here, and so tell us about yourself and the book you're working on.
Okay. My name is Nancy Holder, and I'm a member of the Horror Writers Association. I'm the former VP, and I've been on the board of trustees a couple times. And I just won a Bram Stoker Award for my graphic novel, our graphic novel, let me say, because graphic sequential art books are a collaborative form. It's called Mary Shelley Presents Tales of the Supernatural, and hard to see the cover, I think. But anyway, what I did in this book was I took the stories written by Victorian women who aren't as well remembered as, say, Charles Dickens or other Victorians, and told them in comic book form. And then at the end, we have the actual story written by that woman. So that's what I've been doing. I've written a lot of different things. I've written a lot of time material for shows like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I was just on a Teen Wolf podcast. And currently just finished a book called Sherlock Holmes of Baking Street. It's not a cookbook, but we did take the trope of baking and cooking to have our writers leap off of that. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm writing comics right now, and very happy, and short fiction, and just bacon. So that's me.
Okay, wonderful. How about you, Caden?
Okay. Hi, my name is Kaden Phoenix. I'm the writer and creator of A La Brava, which is a universe of Latino superheroes. One of them skews more towards horror, so I think that's kind of why I'm here. I have Loquita, and she's my supernatural teen detective. She's my high school one. I call her very cute, but she fights demons and ghosts. And then the other two, the rest of them are all social justice. So that one is very political. That's Santa, and I'll grab my books right now shortly as well. And then the other one is Jalisco. She dances flocorico, plays kind of her dress, and she has she goes after the femicide. So everything is very, very, same like social justice, very female, and of course, Latina forward, Latina villain, Latina hero, Latina mentor, Latina artist as well. So I'm very fortunate to have them on. And then I have more books coming. So it's a team of 5, and then they become a team. So origin, and then the team story. So
wonderful.
That's thank
wonderful.
you.
John, how about you?
Yeah, hi. I'm John Zora-Platten. Everybody calls me JZP. I've been in the entertainment business now for a very long time. Started in traditional media, wrote television shows back in the day. I started writing video games in the early 90s, and have written about 80 to 100 video games since then. My most recent project is Jurassic World Evolution 2, which announced last week. And so I've been on that project for about 18 months, and actually just finished doing the final recording sessions with Jeff Goldblum yesterday. So I have a little bit of break between my next one. So my background is traditionally video games, but I have written a few features and some television, a few books, and then had an opportunity to write a comic book, which will be out from Image and Top Cow. The first book drops August 25th. It's a book called Saint Mercy. It's a story about 2 young women in 2 different time periods who are connected via some cursed gold, and how that all comes to be. It takes place in both the era of the Incan Empire, and it takes place in the Wild West of the 1870s. And I tell everybody it's sort of very much a kind of traditional Western story until the demonic children appear, and then things go off the rails. So, yeah, and I had such a blast writing it. I have a fabulous artist working with me named Atilio Rojo, who's based out of Spain. And he was a huge fan of Mesoamerican history and culture. And so when he and I got together and really started to wrap our heads around how this was all going to play out, it was such a fantastic collaboration. So yeah, I'm really excited by it. And like I said, the first book will be dropping August 25th, and it's up for pre-order on Image if you want to go check it out.
Cool. How about you, Anne?
What is the question?
No. The question is just introduce yourself and tell us about the book that you are working on.
All right. Well, I'm Anne Toole. I am a freelance writer based in LA, and I work in different media. I started in TV, and then primarily have been working in video games because games are awesome. And I, from there, worked also in comics and animation and short fiction. So currently I've been writing Horizon Zero Dawn comics that are all canon in the Horizon Zero Dawn universe. And I worked on the first game as well. So it's all complete. So that's what's been going on with me.
So, our panel, of course, the topic that we had is like I said, we're kind of talking about transmedia a little bit or whatever, but obviously it's really all things comic book here or whatever. But we're gonna at least theoretically start off with the idea of whatever the theme of the panel is, and then we'll just go chase the rabbit and see wherever we go from there. So my first question is that for people who don't know comics very well, people who are sort of outside the comic scene, I think there's a lot of presumption that comic books are just about superheroes. They aren't really about a whole lot of other things. And so, and that perception, I think, is magnified by the fact that a lot of comic adaptations that are in the mainstream are about are sort of superhero driven comics. Why do you think other comic genres are overlooked for adaptation into movies and other media?
It's a great question. Oh, go ahead, Nancy, you can go first. No? Okay.
Okay.
I was just gonna say it's a really great question, and honestly, like it's just the part of the times right now. Like superhero, if you think of what we started with, where 39 we had Superman, right, and then way later, we eventually had Wonder Woman, and Wonder Woman is romance. Like I read the first whatever, I have the omnibus I'm staring at right now. Like it's so horrible, and it's just romance, and like because I was expecting superhero when I started reading it, and so like that, it's just one of those. Not necessarily that we're not there. Like obviously we have our rom-coms, we have this other stuff and features as well. But when you do think superhero, like comics, I default superheroes. As you know, I'm just only superheroes right now. But my next universe is actually Latina princesses. So I think it's more of an evolution. And like, Marvel, they had their Fantastic Four, they had their Blade in the 90s, etc. And then Iron Man set them off, right? The actual Marvel Studios that set them off, and then Disney, etc. continued. And so and everyone's copying, right? DC's catching up right now. Amazon's catching up. We're getting Paper Girls. We're getting, Powerpuff Girls, and everyone's still catching up, but those are technically still superheroes, right? Because superheroes always save the day. And I think in this times right now, we need people to save the day. We don't need... there's also stats like if there's a Republican in the House, we have more male and very action movies going on, and like otherwise if it's a Democrat, it's more female forward. And so like it's just stats and like history of how it repeats itself. But I do think in our times right now, in our reality, we need heroes, and like that is why everybody flocks and like they're so happy to see any hero saving anybody, even in Invincible. Like even if it's an extreme of it, it still is like, yeah, we want that because it's a nice escapism that we wish we had.
Okay. So, anybody else?
I would hop in real quick and say too, it's kind of how you define superhero, right? So, is Harry Potter a superhero? Yeah, I think he kind of is, right? So you look at the stories, and then within those stories, you're going to find kind of a pulp aesthetic to a lot of what comics do, which is, compressing a narrative down into its essence, and then what do people really invest in? People invest in characters. And, I think people want to read and interact with characters that are something larger and bigger than themselves, because that's the aspirational and the element of entertainment, right? Is being able to go places and interact with characters that otherwise you wouldn't meet in your normal life. And so I feel like it's as Caden said, it's reflective of the times, but it's also a universal desire that people have had since the beginning of storytelling, which is, entertain me.
Mhm.
And what entertains you are things bigger and more outlandish than yourself.
I also would like to say, I used to teach in a Master's of Fine Arts program, and we started a Sunday night kind of relaxicon thing where we would have a book that people would read. Then we would show the film that the book was that was adapted from the book. And genre films always did much better with our student population than non-genre, more realistic fiction. And I think people who are interested in popular culture, if we're talking about transmedia things, they're more facile. They're more willing to give it a shot and go see what that is, and sample and experiment and explore. I have friends now who are not writers up here in the Pacific Northwest who are unaware of many of the things we take for granted as what everyone knows or does or sees or thinks about. And they're a more insular group. They're very much, we read these literary novels, we read these nonfiction books, and that's kind of what we all do. And if I bring up something like Frankenstein or Mary Shelley, or I'm writing Kolchak now, they're like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. And they don't realize there's any depth or any context or any layering to any popular culture notion. They just think it's stuff for kids that's at the movie theater. And I think that people who would be, for example, at this panel are more, we have a broader bandwidth of stuff we take in and stuff we put out. And I think that is one of the reasons why trying to move forward from just quote unquote superhero movies into adapting other kinds of sequential art forms is difficult, because you have to make so much money back from your investment for a big Hollywood film. So I think that's part of it. And if we look at all the niche stuff that people have done in smaller, web streaming and things like that, there's a lot more than superheroes. But that's what we see. The big general picture, the big audience out there, the Hollywood tentpole group, they don't see that. And my literary buddies who don't go to any of that because that's superhero stuff, they don't see it either.
Anne, how about you?
Yeah, so every year I go to Comic-Con, I try to do something different just to change it up. So one year I walked the floor with a development exec who was specifically looking for non-genre stuff to adapt. And it was really hard. Almost everything was genre. And he was like, I'm just looking for a murder mystery or something like that. But literally the whole floor at Comic-Con is very, very genre oriented. And it's because comics has definitely been shifted towards this genre element. Amy Chu, who's a comic book writer, she says it's a medium, not a genre. And there's this supposition that if it's comics, it must automatically be a genre, sci-fi, fantasy, horror. And walking Comic-Con floor, it seems to reinforce that. But actually, historically, comics weren't just about superheroes. There were romance comics, and that was a huge portion of the market. And then that sort of died out, and we were left with superheroes. And I think now that there's an increasing diversity of readers, that we will start to see more different genres being adapted. That, supposedly the largest growing readership segment is younger girls, 14 and stuff. So probably when they're older, the stuff they read will be more likely to be adapted. And that may in fact be genre, or it might be something else. Another thing I thought was pretty interesting, Saga, the comic book Saga, the writer intentionally wrote it with the idea that it would not be adapted. His goal was to be I want to make a comic that will never be a movie, supposedly. Just kind of as a, I guess, to be mad at the notion that everybody says now, oh, make a pre-existing property, go make a comic if you want to make a movie, rather than just go make the movie. Obviously, there are financial reasons for that. But so that was his just kind of, revolutionary thought, I guess. So I think that there's that element as well. I always say that is write for the medium you want to write for. So if you want to write a movie, go write a movie. Don't come to comics and, think something amazing is going to happen. I mean, something amazing could happen, but I don't recommend it.
Okay. So, so if a few of you have basically crossed the line, basically by adopting stories between comics and movies, or comics and games and everything else, and in some cases both directions. So although comics and movies are both inherently visual media, what do you feel makes a better kind of story for a comic than a movie?
I can fly in here first.
Okay.
Do my best. I think with a comic, you can spend more time really developing your character and spending time with your character. And in the case of this first comic that I've just created, I had two really interesting, unique protagonists that I wanted to spend time with and learn about, and spend some time exploring what really motivated them before, things start exploding. And so for me, that was really a fun exercise, and a real challenge, because a lot of what I write is explosions, right? And so, it's like spending time kind of dialing back and getting into some of the quiet moments before the big moments start, and being able to create that juxtaposition between, silence and violence, if you will, was a real challenge, but also was really rewarding when I started to get into it and really get to the essence of the characters. So, so for me, that was the real big difference. Was, I firmly believe that the only thing that really matters in story is characters. I mean, plots and narratives are a dime a dozen, but it's the characters you create and the adventures you put them in that really, to me, matter the most. And so, being able to do that in a new medium and really spend some time having fun with it, and then being kind of surprised and delighted by the way the artist was then imagining those words and bringing them, to the page was an amazing experience, and one that I'm really, really excited about.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like a movie versus series. So like a comic book, series really lends itself more towards like TV as opposed to like a standalone movie. But what I really like about these superhero movies especially is that they're just basically high budget television series because they have multiple episodes. Like obviously MCU is the classic example. And they really do take time to build up characters, because before Iron Man, not that many people knew the Iron Man character, and they put some time in it, and then he becomes basically the star of the entire MCU in the last movie, from potentially zero name recognition. The same for Guardians of the Galaxy. So giving you that opportunity to like really get to know the characters is great if you have, if you're Marvel and you can afford to make 20 films. We should all be so lucky. But the other thing is nice about comics is you can really, like John said, it's really about dwelling with the character. So one of the best like Superman stories, ever written is actually just this like quiet, scene, I guess, is a quiet scene between Superman and a young boy, and talking about like what it means to be, a person of character, basically. And that's too small a story to put in something that's, about, saving the universe. Sometimes like there could be, I'm not going to count it out yet. We may still see that. But certainly we've seen with the Superman movies, it's not about having a quiet moment with a young boy about what it means to be a good person. Like we're not seeing that. And that's something you can do in comics, because you've got like, especially with series, you've got a million of those stories. You can also have the quiet ones. And that's why like, those kind of stories are better in like a TV series. And the other reason they can't have those smaller character moments is because they have to justify their giant budget. Be like, okay, we're going to have things explode, but we want this really, it's really about like this quiet moment. They're like, no more explosions. But I love explosions, don't get me wrong. So I'm probably the target audience in that regard. But I think that's really what it comes down to. I think, having written a more standalone graphic novel, it really was like writing a movie, because this was my only bite at the apple, so to speak, with those characters. So in that case, it really was like a movie, but more like a backdoor pilot because I wanted it to continue.
Well, putting these two ideas together, comics and movies both are about compression. You have to say a lot in a different way. You can't go on and on in words. You have to go on in pictures and images. And comic books have a lot more. I liked what John said: silence and violence. So, comics have more silence. You have maybe 6 panels on a page. You don't have a lot of panels. Too many panels you can't parse it. And so between the panels, your head, the reader's head, is filling in the blanks in that silence between the panels. And in a movie, you have at least 24 frames per second. And it's still images flashing very quickly, but there's not as much space between them for you, the reader, to make the next leap and fill the story in with your own head. And I think that's one of the differences between comics and movies. And how do you decide, is this going to work better as a comic or as a movie? And I think this plays exactly into what Anne is saying, is that you can have small moments in a comic where if somebody looks at somebody in one panel and the other person looks at the other panel, maybe longingly, maybe hurt, maybe saying goodbye forever, the reader is going to fill in that blank themselves. And that's where the work of the reader comes in to fill the comic. Because we have fewer panels, we have more negative space, more silence, more place for the reader to participate. And I think that when you're trying to figure out, does this make a better comic or a better movie, if you can allow the reader or the viewer to have more participatory time to add to the story, it's a comic. That's what I would say.
So I come from the complete opposite. I'm a film person first, and then comics. I'm the one that went backwards. So I think everything is better as a feature film or a TV series, or really as a feature.
Forwards. I'm sorry.
Okay, so like that's what I think. But to answer your question, the only time that it's not, because I was going through my head, I'm like, okay, what book is better than the movie? And the answer is Watchmen, right? Like the book kills the movie, and that's because of the creator had control. And that's the only time that I'll say that comic books or graphic novels are better than the feature or than the film purpose of it, because you lose the control, and like, everyone's hands are in the pot and they're very business and they're corporate, but they do not listen to, say, Alan Moore or literally to anybody, and so that's where you lose your story. That's where you lose your essence, your character, you lose literally everything. So that would be my reason is comics are better if the creator keeps the control, which they do, or at least in my experience. But that would be my answer, because it's their vision. And if it goes to the features and whatever, they don't get the vision, then you lose the thing. Like Watchmen, I will not watch Watchmen. If you tell me to read it, I'll read it. And like that's the difference for me.
Well, I came from films first too, and I have drunk the Kool-Aid of comic books. So
I'd say there's been a couple that I think have transcended the source material. Or at least done a very nice job of complementing it. I'm friends, small f, with Frank Miller through a mutual friend, and I think both the Sin City film and 300 specifically were both really interesting films that stayed pretty true to the source material, and were able to kind of, especially with 300, kind of plus it in a really unique way that's been a distinctive visual style for a lot of filmmakers who have followed since. So I think it does depend. I think Caden's definitely on it to a certain degree that there haven't been a lot of great adaptations. I think that holds true for books and everything else too. Whether you can see a lot of really bad film adaptations of other media, but I think there are occasions where the film rises or exceeds the material, and and I think that's a good thing, because that's where the film business is today is they're getting the vast majority of their IPs from video games and comic books. That's where they're finding their success, and there are a few big film franchises now that exist, like Fast and Furious being one, And I've been fortunate enough to work with Vin on some video game stuff over the years. So I kind of watched the evolution of that property. But today, the Fast and Furious property, in essence, functions very similar to a superhero, comic books type movies. They've moved from their original source material, which was somewhat grounded in reality, into now being basically just living in a comic book universe. So so I think there is that crossover. I think it's necessary, and I think people are looking for something in each of the mediums. So people play a video game for a video game experience. They read a comic book for a comic book experience, and they go to the movies for a movie experience. And that's about setting expectations and about understanding the audience.
So I have a follow-on question from somebody who's been watching the stream. Sean, for instance, is saying that they're currently writing the comic adaptation of a game, and they'd love to hear any thoughts on how panelists approach adapting an existing IP into another medium.
I guess the question is, are they just adapting, translating the game back into comics, or are they continuing the story? And the third question, I guess, would be, is it canon or is it not canon? So I have worked on projects where it was just a license, and you could kind of do whatever, but the drawback is the licensor didn't support you and could easily, undermine what you were doing just by ignorance. And the nice thing about doing stuff that's canon is that you, in theory, have direct access to the IP holder, and they let you know what is going on in the world, which is how it is with Horizon. So that's the twofold question, is like, how much leeway do you get? And whether you're just straight up adapting the game story, or if you're treading new ground, because it's definitely two different things.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, go ahead, Katie.
I was also going to say, it's also modernizing. Like, if you look at Netflix's She-Ra, right, with Noelle Stevenson, like, that was not the She-Ra from way back in the day that nobody watched, right? Like, this is literally a modernized and canon She-Ra. And, like, I watched all the seasons. I'm not even the audience, but, like, I watched it, obviously, because it's so great. And so, like you were saying, and like, how much leeway do you have, and also what is it that you want to say, and how can you modernize it? Like, I'm a film writer, so I write scripts. I don't know how to write a comic script. I can only write a feature-length script and TV, but like feature-length script, and then I translate it to a really horrible storyboard for my artist, and so like that's what I do within my own little mediums. But like, when I'm pitching it to, say, studios for feature film, I say I have a script, I have this, I have my comic, like, it's little, and the sizzle, of course, because I shot the sizzle as well. So you can do it. I mean, it's the same thing. How much do you want to change it or modernize it or update it, or and it's all those extra little things.
Yeah, I was just going to pop in here. So the vast majority of my career has been spent, taking a project from one medium to another. Usually that can be, specifically a lot of big film properties that are being moved into the game space. And I bounced together over the years on a lot of these things. And usually where you start from is the IP holder, the licensor will sit down and tell you, okay, here's the box. As long as you stay within this box, we're okay. So they basically give you the parameters by which you are allowed to create. Specifically with Jurassic World, I started working on Jurassic World right as the pandemic was getting started. I'd written the first game, and I'm working on the second game. So I was basically starting on writing the script for the game when the pandemic just started and first hit. We didn't know, as the pandemic started to kind of get bigger and bigger, we didn't know what was going to happen with the film, because suddenly film dates are slipping and other things are happening. So by the time I got to the end of writing the first draft, the film had already been moved to a different date. But the date for the release of the game had not been moved. So now I was revealing plot points in the film, in the game, before the film came out. Well, you can imagine how the filmmakers felt about that. They were like, I don't think we can do this anymore. And so then that became a new box they built for me and said, okay, we can't do that. So now we have to take these out. So I had to do a rewrite, basically page one rewrite of the script, because a lot of the narrative and where it was going was to complement the film, and the film would have come out, and then the game would have come out 2 or 3 weeks later. As it is now, the game will be out at the end of this year, but the film won't be out till summer of next year. So that, and you know, that's how you deal with an IP holder, is that there's kind of a constant back and forth, and what you can say, what you can talk about, what you can do with the characters, what plot points you can reveal, things you can create on your own to add to what they're working on, get defined by them. And in the game space, the ground underneath your feet is like wet concrete. It just never sets. And so you always have to be anticipating, okay, I'm going to have to potentially rewrite this stuff. And that was the case in this particular project. It turned out great, and I'm super happy with it, but it was multiple drafts just because the film date kept shifting. So that's something you have to deal with when you're working in a space where you're working in multiple mediums, and both of the projects are not yet released, right? So you're kind of, you have to be able to support one another and deal with the changes when they arise.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to move on to another question here. So modern movie going audiences are kind of obsessed right now about reboots, recasts, retcons, and this sort of thing. But this has been a standard operating procedure in comics for decades. And so why do you think there's more confusion and anger about this thing between movie-going audiences? And do you think there are lessons that comic creators can give to the rest of the world about letting go and trying something new?
Social media. I mean, decades ago, there wasn't social media. So I think that's part of it.
I don't think it's a bad thing when people get angry. I really don't. Because for me, it means they care, right? If nobody gave two you-know-whats about your character, then they're not going to be posting on social media. They're not going to be complaining on Facebook. They're not going to be getting outraged on Twitter. You know, anger and frustration from an audience shows that they're at least invested in what you've done. They've put their heart and soul into a character that you've created or characters they care about, and they're invested in them. And now you're kind of pulling the rug out from underneath their feet and saying, oh, you know what, we're making this character female, or we're changing this character's race, or we're remotivating this character in a different way, or we decided to put this character into a different universe. That's fine. Creators can do that, and they should. There should be an exploration of what you can do with the property. But you should also understand that you're taking something that to some people is really precious, and you're manipulating it in a way that may be something they're not ready for. I'm really good friends with Flint Dilley and I, and we've worked together over the years. And Flint wrote the original Transformers movie that killed off Optimus Prime. Now that's a 35 year ago event. But I've been at cons with him. I've been at cons with him as recently as a couple of years back. Where he's on a panel and someone will stand up at the back of the audience and say, I can't believe you killed Optimus Prime. I still to this day can't deal with it. And when you did it, I went and locked myself in my room for 2 weeks and couldn't come out. That's how emotionally invested they were in the character that was a transforming robot. Mm-hmm. So I think you have to kind of understand where people are coming from when they're expressing this anger, and then kind of go, okay, now how much of it am I willing to deal with? Or how can I find a way to address what's upsetting them? So I don't necessarily look at it through the filter of bad. I look at through the filter of investment. You know, people care enough to complain. You know, that's not a bad thing.
Mm-hmm. Also, I think that Anne's right, that social media has made this much more of a two-way street. You know, I remember reading comics or something and then being upset or whatever, and telling my friends, and maybe somebody got a letter printed in the comics column of the comic, but that was pretty much where you took it. That's as far as you could go. And now we do have social media where fandoms own stuff. And, you know, we name things like on Teen Wolf, I was talking about Steric, where two characters who, long story, but a lot of people like that they interact and wish they were a couple, or wish they had more screen time together. And they talk about it, and it's a thing. And people who are invested in that show and that world know what that means. And a lot of people know what that means. But back in the early days, we had 3 networks. We watched the shows on the network. We watched them when they came on. We couldn't record them. You couldn't go back. And so there's a lot more of the fan or the viewer being able to be part of the origin story, to start it up. And when it changes, then it feels like that ownership is being threatened. And I think that's a lot of it. Investment is 100% what I would say is not only investment, but ownership. Where it's before, I don't think fans felt like they could assert ownership in any meaningful way, and now they can.
Again, I come from the film people, so I'm done seeing Batman's parents die every single 5 years when we have to watch a new Batman, because I understand it. I get it. I think everybody absolutely gets it as well. And so in that regard, it's fine if they want to do variations, fine. But honestly, why not just make a new version of Ghostbusters and say, we're rebooting it. Here's all females. Here's all guys again. Here's whatever again. But it's like that. Like there are characters like here's Jalisco. Here's, Santa. Here's Loquita. I'm not DC Marvel. So that means I will never get a chance. You see, and that's the difference, right? Smile from Scholastic will never get a chance, and like it's a great story, and it's stuff like that, and it's why, because I'm not a variation of Wonder Woman, I'm not a variation of Batgirl, and it's just like, okay, well then where's my chance? And that's why I'm more on the film set, on that narrative, because I don't have representation, right? Like I'm Latina, name a Latina, and like we get America Chavez, that's fine, she's in Doctor Strange coming up. No big deal. But is she, but like it's not I'm not gonna say it's not presented to me, but like here's my whole thing. I have the whole universe. I just don't need one, like here's a dog bone type deal. So yes, we do need new narratives. And I don't need, here's a Latina Wonder Woman, which is great. Yalitza Flores, right? Like she's cool and she's sold out already. So comics are very smart in that sense. They understand their audience that's coming out. But why not just make a new Latina superhero? I don't need a Wonder Woman again. I don't need a variation of Batman or Miles Morales. And, like, why not just make an actual Latino besides Blue Beetle, something better than a Beetle, preferably, and it's stuff like that, because I come from film narrative. There's a million stories. I don't need to see Fast and Furious 9 with all its nonsense of like flying from building to building, like it doesn't make sense, or jumping a cliff and a helicopter catches them. That's just the very fantastical part of being a superhero, if you will, but it's just nonsense. Give us a new story of a new writer with a new perspective, preferably a female or someone of color that has never had a shot before. And that's the thing. Like, think of all the people that are writing, they're white people. They're white males. Like, if you look at even the comic book history, they're always white males. Mm-hmm. And that's the difference. Nowadays, we have different people, different voices. Like Miss Marvel, great. She doesn't look like me, and that is great, but she has a different voice, and that is absolutely great. And it's stuff like that's important.
So that's actually a really great segue into my next question. And say, comics.
I'm just going to upfront plead guilty to being both white and male. I'm just going to get that. I'm making that. I'm going to confess to guilt on both of those.
You're coming out as white male.
I decided that as of today, I now identify as a straight white male. I apologize to everybody in advance.
Well, John, today you look pink and male. I have to say a little pink.
We have Jeff joining us, Jeff Thorne, and I want to apologize to everybody and to our audience. I apparently screwed up on the mass email that I sent to all my panelists, and I had the wrong time on the email. And so the reason that Jeff is not here for us was because of my fault. So it's on me.
Shame.
But anyway, Jeff, would you just very quickly tell us who you are, other than the fact you're a comic book creator?
Well, I wrote a bunch of these comics that are on the wall. Currently writing Green Lantern. Currently a co-EP writer on Magnum PI. Wrote for Leverage, wrote for The Librarians. Was the head writer, showrunner on Marvel's Avengers Black Panther's Quest. Just chock full of writing. Yeah.
So the question that I was getting ready to pose to the whole panel here is that historically comics have often been leaders in talking about social issues, and so Superman talked about racial inequality and being an immigrant, and Iron Man dealt with alcoholism in the 1970s, and the X-Men were an allegory about civil rights and discrimination. And so, how do you all feel about sort of where we are now? Do you still feel that comics are still playing a leading role in talking about that sort of thing?
Yeah. One of the comics companies, the Mary Shelley comic company I write for, is, first of all, I like to say it's an all-woman comic book company. All the artists, letterers, colorists, me, everybody is a woman. It was founded by a woman who had a settlement. She's a TV writer, and she got popcorn lung from eating too much microwave popcorn, sued Orville Redenbacher, won, and founded a comic book company with her money. And it's called Chimera, Kymera Press. And her name, as she wrote, was probably Debbie Lynn Smith. She's Debbie Dottie now. But one of our comic series is about poaching of elephants, and it's written by an elephant, created by an elephant scientist, and the books are in the Smithsonian gift shop. So it's about preserving the life and welfare of elephants in the wild. And I think that's pretty awesome.
So, Jeff, you look like you were getting ready to say something there. Was there something you wanted to hop
Did
in
I?
there?
No,
Yes.
no. I mean, I think you have to be a good writer to do it. I don't think everyone who tries it is good at it. And that's just the nature of writing. I think all fiction, comic books, TV, whatever, can be flexed in any direction a writer chooses to. And if you have a large social issue that you want to address, and that's the medium you want to use, go for it. But the more complex the thing, the better your skill set needs to be to do it effectively. So that's my feeling.
Yeah, I tend to land in Jeff's camp as well. First and foremost, I look at myself as an entertainer, and so I don't start out trying to write lectures or agendas. I try and write a really interesting story, and then if there are elements of that story that make sense to make some comment about a social issue or try and provide what I believe is some enlightenment into things that I've learned over the years, then I'm more than willing to do it. But I'm always first and foremost about, can I create a compelling, interesting character, and can I put you into an interesting world and entertain you with a compelling story? And I do think that sometimes, you can read some books and you can see some properties where the agenda is just right in your face. And I think that's the wrong way to approach it, because what that tends to do is say, okay, now we're going to feed you a bunch of peas and carrots, and this is what you have to eat. And I think for a lot of people, when they're going, oh, but I sat down to be entertained, and now I'm going to be told what an awful person I am. That's not conducive to getting your point across. I think you have to have a really interesting, cool story, engage people. And then when you've engaged them and got them caring about what you're doing, then if you want to say something interesting, do it, So that's the way I approach it.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that one?
I like that, and I think that's really commendable. I am still the opposite, which I find it funny because I do think your point is absolutely correct as well. But I start on the social justice issue that I want to say. But I do agree it has to be digestible and not force fed. Like I absolutely, with whatever I write, whatever genre I write either. But they're all the purpose of my superheroes is because they're all social justice issues. And so I broke it down. I was like, okay, she's femicide. She's my Mexicana, so she's femicide, right? That's Women of Juarez. She's my border town girl in Texas, so she's ICE, obviously, And so I make it digestible, like this is actually the person ICE, Irene Chavez Estevez, I personified her. And there's little things like this is gun control within the schools. Even though she's a cool little teen detective, learns supernatural, blah, blah, blah. There's suicide. There's teen suicide, because that's the second killer of all teens in the U.S. And so there are little things that are in there. So I do agree. But like X-Men, right? Like if you get it, cool. If you don't, that's okay too, because it's a good story. And that's kind of the point where I come from. Like, these are just extra, and like those are the people that they're saving. Because same thing, like I said, my thing is very social justice for a reason. Because we as females don't get our justice. We as Latinas don't get our justice. We as lesbians don't get our justice. You know, like it's stuff like we just don't get justice, which is unfortunate because I'm not the white straight male, and so I will never get justice. And so in my fake world, I can. So I that's the way I always write for comics, because comics you can learn much more than say movies. It's a different medium. Movies is very much popcorn flicks, right? It's just literally entertainment, like Fast and Furious. It's just entertainment. You're learning nothing at all, but that's the purpose. That's why you're watching it, you know, because you're in there like, cool, that's a fun explosion, that's a cool jump. There's a cool little line back to each other, you know, and that's fine if that's what you're in there for.
So
Can I add real quick?
Yeah.
okay, sure, absolutely. Yeah,
I'll
go
be
ahead.
quick. I think like it seeps in whether it's your intention or not. So it's not just what you say, but what you're not saying. So I definitely think everyone, you know, regardless of their approach, should look over what they, you know, you do the pass, like, oh, you know, logic pass, character pass, dialogue pass. Am I saying something horrifying pass? Because that's really important. And I've definitely, you know, when I reread something I wrote before I turned it in, I was like, oh my God, that like comes across like really, really horrifying. Thank God I caught that. And then I've had stuff like that I didn't catch. And I was like, wow, that's a really bad message. And I just didn't see it. So I think it's really important to recognize that you may think, oh, I'm just writing a good story. I don't have an agenda, but it might seep in by accident. So it's really important to stay on top of that. That's why, you know, like you should have sensitivity readers and stuff like that. But it's just, even if it's not like, oh, I'm writing about this thing, it's important to look through that again and make sure that you're not inadvertently saying something you don't believe in.
And so great points from all of you on that or whatever. So so as someone who's basically outside of the comics industry, it appears from at least my viewpoint that that comic movies are doing really, really well, but it seems like the old sort of traditional publishing houses, the comic publishers, are actually they're struggling with readership. And so I said, is that perception accurate? And if so, do you think that's a problem specific to the industry, or is it a problem with a decline in readership in general? And apparently hasn't.
I am so here for that. So it's definitely, we don't live in a like, you know, service economy anymore. We live in an attention economy. So comics are in competition, not with other comics. They're in competition with games and like fooling around on Reddit, which is what I end up doing. And so it becomes a struggle just to be seen, and discoverability becomes a problem. So a lot of the more niche publishers are having trouble, especially with, you know, price points. There's the price point on this. Anyway, so like you might get like a comic that's $4, but for the same amount, you could play a game for, you know, 80 hours. So it's a big challenge, but it's not just unique to the U.S. market. I went to Angoulême, the French, you know, biggest comic book festival in the world one time, and they were saying the same thing. It's just a proliferation of content, which is great for niche. You know, you can have more niche stuff. Like if you're like, I want to know about, you know, people who play with their toenails all day, like, you know, whatever, like, whatever. There's probably a comic for you. But that means that, you know, it's harder to make. I'm sorry, that was the weirdest thing I could think of. I apologize. I don't mean to be dismissive of people who made
never bail on the bit. Never bail on the bit.
I was thinking how Rule 34 would enter this conversation.
Yes, yeah, I know.
Never bail on the bit. Never bail on the bit.
Definitely, but it's an attention economy issue, and then also just you know, a financial issue. Like, you know, this for decades, comics have struggled a little bit because we're you know, what was it? We switched away from the direct market, or we only went direct market, something like that. But you can't pick up comic books at the grocery store in the checkout line like you used to. You had to only go to a comic book store, so that made it very difficult, and that's been that way for decades, for sure.
Yep.
And now there's the option, of course, getting stuff online. You can, you know, Comixology and like virtual comics, and then of course web comics and motion comics, which I think expands the readership. But of course, it's just more niche stuff, and it becomes a discoverability issue. which is an issue across the board in every medium. And so I celebrate the superhero movies because they are, by extension, keeping the comics alive, because people are still like, oh, people meaning the people with money are like, oh, you can keep these comic books going because they're making us so much money, in ancillary rights. And I'm curious if there were no superhero movies and there wasn't any way to capitalize on Spider-Man, for example. I don't know how you could not capitalize on Spider-Man, but if there was no way, would these companies have flopped if they were not owned by mega multinational corporations? Because we see the indie publishers really struggle.
Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what would have happened. Over the last, 20 odd years, a little bit more than 20 odd years, the Marvel and DC created a thing called the direct market. Well, they exploited it to the point where they over dominated. It's not legally a monopoly, but effectively it was a shared monopoly. And what they did was they cultivated an aging audience, which focus on what I call a nostalgia engine. So it becomes a feedback loop. You can charge more because your clientele is aging and has access to more disposable cash, theoretically, because now they're in the workforce rather than asking their parents for money to buy the product. And you can, put more better paper, better quality physical product, blah, 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 blah. And you have these dedicated spaces where people who already like your product will go and get this new elevated, higher quality product, plus things like, maquettes or T-shirts or whatever else. You can do all that. But the problem is you got a 20 odd year window on your market. That's if there's no such thing as video games, if there's no such thing, as IMAX movies and, blah, blah, blah. If all those things don't exist, you still are killing yourself off because you've created an inwardly looking aging market, which doesn't replenish itself with new customers at the bottom. It disincentivizes new creatives to come in and create new things because they don't own those things. They don't get any profit share. That was removed. So what you do is you're constantly regurgitating the same ideas over and over and over and over and over again to an audience that becomes increasingly hidebound and will only accept you regurgitating the same ideas over and over and over and over again. Plus movies, plus video games, plus digital distribution, plus the fact that anyone can now just make a comic book. And plus the global market, manga comes in, European comics come in. All of these things are competition for a segment of the entertainment industry that likes to think of itself as distinct from the larger entertainment industry when it is absolutely not. So market forces will affect you whether you try to protect yourself from them or not. What we think of as superheroes are the mainstream comic book industry, had a wall around it for about 20 years and the wall has fallen down and you don't have adequate defenses. The Huns are going to take the city. They just are. So sorry about it.
So
I was going to say I completely agree with everything Jeff said. In fact, he could probably chisel that in stone and put it somewhere, and it would be a really good explanation of what's happening.
I'm Ozymandias, king of kings.
But I would also add that I think one of the big things that's really hurt too is the social media element of life now, which has accustomed a lot of the younger generation to focus more on things that do have a social component. So gaming, apps like Instagram and Snapchat, that's where they're living now. They're spending their times there. And comic books tend to be a very solitary experience for most people. It's something you're doing on your own. It's you and the artist and the writer together creating this world, this world in your imagination, which is a wonderful experience. But it's not something that you can +1. It's not something that you can stick a heart on. It's not something that you can yell out to your friends. It's something you're doing by yourself. And I think that's also, if you look at any entertainment related media that tends to be in a more solitary space, you're seeing that they're losing audience. Whereas if you look at things that recently, whether it's the explosion of tabletop gaming and board gaming, which is all related to getting back to this idea of sitting around a table and being social with one another. That's where people are headed. So So, and that's where people are today. So I think that's the other component. It's not, a lot of people will say, oh, comic books are declining because the comic book audience is not getting what they want. And I would kind of argue against that. I don't think that's true. I think there's amazing books being published that I love. I think the audience itself is just changing its focus. It's looking in a different direction. And so, and I'm not sure how that gets dealt with.
So I'm going to have to tie all of you off. We are just a little bit over the end of our time here, or whatever. So if you could all just really quickly tell me where we can find you online and the stuff that you make.
Okay, I'll go. My Instagram is at Latina Superheroes, and my website is latinasuperheroes.com. Thank you.
Nancy, your mic's off. So go ahead and can you turn your mic back on? There you go.
I'm sorry, I panicked.
Right.
I'm nancyholder.com, and I'm on Twitter at Nancy Holder, and I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram, but I'm not doing it. I'm done. I'm looking, that's all. And my comic book companies are Moonstone and chimerapress.com.
Okay, wonderful. John?
Yeah, I'm the only John Zero Platin, I think, in the world. So you can find me on Facebook. Just look me up by my name. I do have a Twitter account, but I rarely post there. I jokingly say Twitter's where people go to get fired. So I rarely post on Twitter at this point. I do have an Instagram. It's my middle name, Zuur, Z-U-U-R. It means sour in Dutch. And you can check out you can check out Jurassic World Evolution 2 coming later this year, and my comic book Saint Mercy will be dropping August 25th. You can pre-order it and get it at your local shop, or you can pre-order it on the Top Cow Image website.
Jeff?
You're muted.
I'm easy. Just add REY to my name, jeffreythorne.com. Everything I do is there. If you don't want to go to the site, just go to Amazon and put my name in. You'll get a bunch of books and crap. I'm writing a bunch of stuff. Shut up. And I'm writing a bunch of stuff. I'm doing Green Lantern right now. You can get that at your local comic book shop, pre-order it, whatever. And I'm going to be dropping my own comics in the wintertime. More on that later. But again, you'll be able to find it just by searching my name. So, and I didn't know Moonstone was still going. That's awesome.
Hey, baby.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, Anne?
Hi, there are actually many Ann tools, surprising no one, but there's only one on Twitter with @AMELY, which you can see there. I'm also on Instagram, but like Nancy, I don't post very much. You can get the Last Horizon Zero Dawn arc in a collected graphic novel. It was nominated for a Scribe Award this year. Very exciting. And the next arc, Liberation, is coming out soon. In the next few months, I should know, but I don't off the top of my head. And it was just announced I'm also contributing to an anthology for Fab, the universe that was created by Kieran Gillen. I don't know how to pronounce that name either. But that's me.
Wonderful. Well, I want to thank all of my wonderful people for dropping in. Apologies again, Jeff, for me screwing everything up. So you can all be mad at me.
It's usually me. I'm not worried about it. I'm sorry for the audience. I'm usually the one who comes in late on my own. You could have blamed it on me.
But anyway, thank you to all of our wonderful participants today. I gotta move you all out because my next panelists are all shuffling in here or whatever. You'll be seeing Nancy again in a little over an hour, and at 3:00. And so anyway, in the meantime, for those of you who are interested in writing, our next panel, we're going to be talking about finishing that novel. So stay tuned for that, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Take care.
Oops, I don't hear Neil.
Neil,
I
we
think you're
cannot hear
muted.
you.
And I just wasted that entire amazing, it was the most amazing thing I've ever said in my life. And it's gone now forever. It's like that first draft that you forgot to save, right? So,
Right.
uh, anyway, so I was just introducing. So our panel right now is getting that novel done, and so of course, being a writer myself, a big chunk of my conventions tend to be about writing. But this is a panel specifically focused on the art of writing, and particularly getting that novel done, because a lot of people have that half finished or third finished or the first 10 pages of their novel sitting in a drawer someplace, and we're here to try to help you get past that point. And you all have wonderful stuff that you've written, and I want to be able to share your brilliance with other folks. And so the first thing I'm going to have you do is just quickly, we're going to go around here and have each of you introduce yourselves and what you've written, and then we'll kind of go from there. So I'll start off with, is it Nev or is it Neve?
Nev.
Nev. Okay, so we'll start off with Nev here, and we'll just move around.
Sure. So here's my book, Murder in Old Bombay. Wrote it in 2017, and after shopping it around, I wrote to many agents, queried many agents. It actually won MWA's award for Best First Crime Fiction, and was published under the Minotaur imprint of Macmillan Publishing Company last year. So it's just been out 6 months, a little over 6 months, and it's doing very well. It's actually up for 5 national awards, which completely astonishes me. You do not expect that, especially out the gate, and it has been wonderful. Thank you so much for inviting me, Neil.
Well, I loved the book, and so I wrote a review about it on my blog or whatever. So so you were one of the first people I wanted to invite whenever I was thinking about this panel. So next person up, I want to talk to my friend Zara. I've known Zara for quite a long time. Involved with the San Diego filmmaking community first,
Right.
and so Zara, why don't you introduce yourself?
My name's Zara Altair, and yes, I was in the screenwriting world. I haven't been in that world for a while, except to do reviews of scripts for screenwriters. And my latest book is The Grain Merchant, and this is an historical mystery set in early 6th century Italy, when the Ostrogoths ruled Italy, and Italy, the capital of Italy, was in Ravenna, not Rome. And amazingly enough, with all that going on, people were still people. So it is the 5th book in the series. Anyway, I'm really happy to be here.
Well, wonderful to have you here. And so next up, we've got Desiree. And actually, part of the reason that LockDownCon exists and it is on the platform that it is on, it is because I attended a writers panel just a month or two before we decided we were going to do LockDownCon last year. And so there was a lot of inspiration from Desiree and a writing conference that she was working with then. And so I'm going to go ahead and let Desiree introduce yourself.
Thank you, Neil. And yeah, I just want to give a shout out to you because I love it when creatives and organizations collaborate. I think that's so vital. So yeah, we did the Book Fest. That's one of the things that we did that you attended. And yes, we're using the same type of format. So it's really cool to see how you're doing it. And again, thank you for inviting me. I write under the name Vanta M. Black. That is my nom de plume. And I have a novel called Oubliette out, as well as several others that are in the works. In addition to that, too, I'm the founder of Black Chateau. We do marketing and PR for authors and their books. We're a full-service agency, as well as the Book Fest, as we just mentioned. We've done that 3 times now, and it's very similar to LockDownCon in the fact that we're holding it virtually. The next one is coming up. I'll give everybody, guys, the sneak peek, October 23rd and 24th. of this year, we'll be doing the next one. And in addition to that, I'm also the founder of Books That Make You. That's our consumer-facing brand, and it's all about books and connecting with the literary readers who are out there. So thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, I'm very, very happy to have all three of you with us here today. And so, the first thing that I want to talk about is that after talking to, I talked to all kinds of different writers and across different disciplines. So working in games and comics and novels and all this sort of thing. And everyone has different processes in terms of the way that they approach writing their books. And so the question I have for you today is, how do you usually go about organizing your work? And do you tend to work from an outline or a beat sheet, or are you just more of a pantser? And so, do one of you actually want to explain pantser if you?
Sure. Happy to take that first. Plotters are people like me who outline. We write from just a brief outline to a very detailed, elaborate outline. However, pantsers are people like Stephen King, who they start with a story and just let it organically grow. He likens it to uncovering a fossil. So my take on that is I'm somewhere in the middle. I actually do a little outline, but then frequently my characters go off script and do things that I did not intend for them to do. And then somehow I have to corral them into the ending, and makes revisions a little difficult to do because frequently you have detours that you have to cut out or make them work somehow. But that's my struggle with it. I try to outline. I work out GMCs and so on, but characters don't always agree with me.
So Desiree or Zara want to talk about that?
I can talk about it.
Okay. All right.
Well, I used to think I was an outliner, and I'm sort of somewhere in between. I start out with a story idea, and then I kind of outline where it's going to go and where the end is, and then just as Nev said, characters do and say things that you didn't think at all about when you were doing the outline, and so I sort of readjusted that, and what I try to do rather than to head for the end is to go from plot point to plot point. So, and I think this is really easy to do when you're writing a mystery, because there's a structure to the plot of a mystery. So there's the inciting incident, and then the first plot point, and the pinch point, and then the midpoint. So say I am into my story and I'm at that first pinch point where there's, something's not working very well. And then my next goal is to figure out how I'm going to get to the midpoint, and I have an idea of what happens at the midpoint. And so one of the ways this helps me is that when characters do those unexpected things that they do when you're writing, is I go, okay, this works, whatever it is they're doing right now, but how does that help me get to the midpoint? And so that I don't get left behind by the characters. I guess that's the easiest way to explain it.
So Desiree, did you have any thoughts on that?
Sure. I'm going to come at this from a little bit of a different perspective. Pantsing plotting, you can kind of tell people are usually somewhere in between. There's very few true pantsers that have no idea where they're going. And you have very few true plotters where they are able to, organize every little plot point and twist in the story to such a degree that then they can just transfer that to the paper. Writing's a journey. So it's just like if you decide that you're going to drive to New York, you might look at the map and say, hey, we're going to stop here. I want to see this site along the way. I'm going to do all these things. But once you start driving, just like both of my fellow panelists have said, there might be a character that speaks to you in an unexpected way. Just like you might see a road sign that pulls you into that fabulous little scene alongside the road that you never anticipated. So my best advice is to do a little bit of each. Make sure you have that outline, know where you're going, but then give yourself the freedom to explore and be creative and have fun. And one more thing I'm going to say, even if you are totally pantsing it and you have the story there and you're able to put it down, at some point, chances are you're going to need to write a synopsis or some kind of an outline. People are going to ask you for that. So be prepared to do that. And if you're having trouble along the way, and I know we're going to talk about the middle or the muddle in a little bit, sometimes going back and outlining it helps you. And the reason you might need that later on is if you're going to a literary agent, they might say, hey, can you send me the synopsis? I need to know the bones of your story. The publisher might need to know that. If you're working with any kind of an editor, and trust me, you should be, they're going to just want to know the bare bones of the story. And if you can't tell it to yourself, then you're not going to be able to tell it to anybody else.
Yeah, whenever I was in college, and I had several semesters of writing about novels, and I remember that one of the first exercises they gave to us is our instructor gave us matchbooks. Back in the old days, whenever you would have a little tiny matchbook, and so she said, you write the summary of what your book is inside this matchbook. And if you can't boil it down to something that can be right on the inside of a matchbook, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And so that was incredibly hard, but but it was interesting to have to kind of boil it down into that one or two sentences and say this is the heart of the story. And I know that whenever there's the book McKee's Story. Or whatever. And there's one thing he says about if you have the idea for your story, if it's like one sentence and you tape that up over your monitor to say this, whenever, what is my book about? And it should be reflected in that one sentence or whatever. And so I think it can be extraordinarily difficult for some people to figure out is really what is this book about in one sentence, but that sometimes can be useful. So something that I frequently deal with is that I have a hard time letting go of the authors that I admire and that I look up to. And so whenever I'm writing whatever I'm working on, I'll have the little gremlin sitting on my shoulder saying, this isn't Tolkien, this isn't Bradbury, this isn't fill in the blank or whoever I'm thinking about that particular day. And so is that something that any of you deal with yourself? And if so, what do you do to kind of get past that? How do you get the giants from looking over your shoulder while you're writing?
So I'll admit that I suffer from self-doubt like every single writer I know. And if you read writing books by, famous writers on the craft of writing, they've all struggled with it too. I don't so much compare my work to other writers as have this sneaky feeling like this is not quite what I had in my mind. And I think every artist has an image in their mind that they want to create. And then when you're actually doing it, artwork, for example, drawing a painting, it doesn't match the picture in your mind. So that's a struggle I'm constantly facing. I will tell you that as I layer edit after edit, revision after revision, I do upwards of 20 revisions on my books. I do have small moments of, this is working. This is getting there. And you know what? I'll take it. It may be small. It may just be for that one chapter or that one paragraph or even that one sentence. I'll take it. And then at the end of it, sometimes I pick up the final version of Murder in Old Bombay. I don't mind showing it to you again and go, I like this. This is cool. This is good. It's that feeling of this is good that I want. And every other writer is unique in their own way. I'll read stuff by Anthony Horowitz and go, man, that's great. I wish I'd written that. But I know that his experience is so different than mine. I could not generate something like that. But mine is going to be different, and it's going to be based on my experiences and my insights and my take on the world. And at some point I have to say, that's okay. That'll be good enough.
So Zara or Desiree, do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure. Well, I have thoughts about it, but I think it can be a stumbling block for people who want to get that novel done. And so I think you're measuring yourself against yourself. That is the best measure. So that when you get those moments when, yes, it feels just right, those are the good moments. But if you start comparing yourself to anyone, you are different. It's just what Nev said. You are different. So if you have a novel idea and it's in the back of your head, or you have got notes tucked away in a drawer or in a file on your computer, just keep writing your story, I think is the best way to approach how other people write. It's like, is it Anthony Horowitz or Umberto Eco? Those are people to read and to think about and to possibly emulate in various ways. But your story is going to be, because it's yours, your story is going to be different than their stories. Whoever it is that you emulate, your story is going to be different than theirs. And so writing is the best way to build confidence about your writing.
So I would say, from my own perspective, is I would be careful about comparing myself to Umberto Eco, because I'm not prepared to do footnotes in Greek.
Yes, I know. Somebody compared one of my stories to Umberto Eco, and I'm like, no.
So Desiree?
But yeah.
So Desiree?
My advice is to find your authentic. Sure. My advice is to find your authentic voice, and that might be a process as well. It's not going to come overnight. A lot of people throw the name Stephen King around because, heck, he's so prolific and he has such a distinct voice, right? So if you haven't read Richard Matheson, then you'll understand what I mean. Go read I Am Legend, the original by Richard Matheson. You'll see how King was inspired. So it's okay to be inspired, and it's okay to emulate a little bit. But just remember that your own unique voice is going to come out on its own by the writing process. So just keep at it. And keep in mind, too, this is what I see a lot in writers, especially ones who might have read some of the classics in literature. You mentioned Tolkien, and there's Philip K. Dick and Asimov. Keep in mind, too, that a lot of the more literary stuff, the stuff that we're looking back now as being literary, it actually might not sell today. The times have changed. Genres have changed. Readers have changed. The market is looking for fresh voices and stories told in different ways. So you might not want to go too far back in finding authors that you want to draw inspiration from.
That's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. I mean, even going back to, I remember back in the 80s, and of course, growing up with, again, Bradbury and Tolkien and all of the sort of the ABCs of science fiction back in the day. So Asimov, Bradbury, and Clark that we had, that I remember particularly about Tolkien. There are a lot of people that I would say, hey, you need to go read Lord of the Rings. And a lot of people would just go, this is so dense and the language is so syrupy and all this other stuff, and it doesn't move very fast. And say, that's because you have someone who, for all intents and purposes, was a Victorian writer. Granted, he's writing and publishing in the 40s and the 60s and everything else, but still, this is someone who's influenced by Victorian, authors. There's a lot of Dickens. I love Dickens' works, but yeah, I would not try to sell a Dickens novel today. But yeah, so you have to be kind of aware of the audience and their use of language, but also the pacing, because the pacing of novels, if you just go back 20, 30 years, a lot slower, a lot more descriptive. But it seems like now there's a lot less demand on that, because they kind of expect that it's more about the emotional lives of the characters and the action and keeping everything moving. And so yes, the tastes change and the pacing changes, and so that's something you need to kind of keep aware of. And also, just to kind of follow on what you said about the people that you're kind of looking up to and you're admiring is that I think every writer, whenever they first start writing, start by basically picking an author who they emulate for a while, because it's the easiest thing to do is to figure out how to write, is if I'm going to write sort of in the voice of this character. Now, I could sit down and try to write the Lord of the Rings, but unless I've got it sitting next to me, it's still going to sound different. It's still going to feel different. And over time, you're going to shed the stuff where you're emulating Tolkien, and it eventually will become your own version of whatever that world is. But it is a stage on the process, and I don't think you should be afraid of that initially. It's okay to emulate for a while, as long as you keep on, don't spend all of your time always looking over your shoulder, trying to keep moving forward. So the next time we're just going to talk about beginnings, middles, ends. They all have their own kind of unique writing challenges, with middles basically being the point where a lot of people's writing process just falls completely apart. They're just like, I'm lost. I don't know what to do. What's going on? So what are your thoughts about why the second act, or it could be a number of acts, but the middle of your story tends to be so hard to write? And do you have any recommendations for the writers who are struggling to get through that part of their story?
Yeah, so usually the beginning scene or the inciting incident is what got you writing that book. Something happened, you thought this would make a great book, and you started writing it, and then it grew, it gathers impetus. But there's more to the whole narrative than that initial fuel. It's like when you have a rocket and you had the initial takeoff, but at some point you need a booster to keep it going, and so you can reach the moon or Mars or wherever you wanted to go. So you got to have those booster sections, and I have a couple that I've discovered. The first is to ask yourself, what could go wrong? So you have these try-fail cycles in the middle where the character's trying to get to an ultimate goal, and you have some ideas of how they could get there. Well, you can't have them always succeeding. In fact, it gets more interesting when they don't succeed. So what could go wrong? And then here I go with a second little piece of ammunition is, do the unexpected. Have things happen to your characters that they don't necessarily control, because life is like that. You want to take a train and there's no taxis, or you want to take a flight and guess what, you're in the middle of a pandemic and there are no flights. Things happen to characters too. So my character in Modern Old Bombay gets derailed in a whole series of weird and strange ways, but they end up elucidating not just the geography and the story, but also give him insights into what the ultimate clue, the ultimate goal could be. So they end up giving him some clues and some thoughts on where to go next. I think having yourself be surprised allows for these unplanned moments that then surprise the reader. And ultimately, isn't that what the reader wants? The reader wants to get there, wherever there is, answer the question that you set up in the beginning, but they also want to be surprised, and they want to get there in an unusual fashion. So writing in a very linear manner is it may be satisfying because you will chug out chapter after chapter, but it doesn't leave for a lot of surprise. You can try, I do try to plan a lot of the surprise in the twists and turns in my outline, but it does help to ask these questions. What can go wrong? And what's the most unexpected thing that could happen here? And I will tell you that I'm not in favor of the standard tropes of always having the denouement scene that Agatha Christie, worked so well. I'm not in favor of the standard tropes, the rules so much of writing. Sometimes being a mystery writer, you get caught in this trap of, well, this is how a mystery is supposed to be laid out. No, break the tropes, change them, turn them on their head, have things happen that aren't supposed to happen. Keeps things interesting.
That's great. How about you two? Have any advice or?
Well, I think I'll just echo what I said earlier with the middle. I think if you break it up. I like to think of it as 4 acts instead of 3. And the midpoint, there's the first half of the middle comes before the midpoint, and the second half of the middle comes after the midpoint. And so that you're working in each of those sections. And I think especially for mysteries, this is a discussion generically about novels, but for mysteries, that second act, the part before the middle, is all about discovering the victim's world, and it's a place of expansion, and the main character is poking and prodding and looking, and then at the midpoint, it just is not working. It's not working, whatever the reasons are, and they have to rethink everything and devise a new plan. And then there, while the first part was expanding, the second part, the third act, as it were, is using that information and contracting, so they're getting closer and closer to who did it, how it happened, but also at the same time you're building up suspense with those questions that Nev asks. You know, what could happen? What are the bad things that could happen right now? And I also like to think of the character when you think about how does your character respond to various situations? How do they respond to pressure? How do they respond to loss? How do they respond to physical confrontation? There's all different ways that you can create obstacles. And in that third act, as you're getting closer to the final part of your story, whether you call it the third act or the fourth act, is that you're causing so much trouble for solving the puzzle. Mysteries are about solving a puzzle, and whatever that protagonist is trying to do, it's not working. And I think especially in that second part, after the middle, when they're rethinking how they're approaching everything, is the time when you can really play with what could go wrong. If my protagonist takes this action, which seems clear-headed at the time, but it's just going to stir up a hornet's nest, then you're giving your reader something to hang on to while they're still going toward the end. You want stuff to happen. You want things to happen. You always want to raise questions in your reader's mind about, oh my gosh, he really flubbed this one. Now what's he going to do, or she, you know?
How about you, Desiree?
Yeah, that middle part. You know, a lot of times if somebody is struggling with the middle, and I think Nev said this very, very well too. You know, we all come up with great premises, right? That what if aliens came down to Earth and the spaceships were filled with clouds that were handing out balloons to everybody? Like, our mind can go in a million different directions with the what if, but then all of a sudden we need this thing called story and character to help us out. A lot of times too, it's thinking about what is your main character's arc, because that main character's arc is going to follow your story. So if you're in that middle struggling, you might want to go back and think of what your character needs to do, what they need to solve. Zara was mentioning, you know, this is where you flesh out the victim in a mystery novel. Well, what is that? You know, and everybody's going to have a different name for it. That shard of glass. What is that thing that they think they know that's an untrue? What is the thing that happened in their past that's coming back now? So if you develop your character arc, that may indeed help you with that middle, because that middle ultimately, whether it's the third act, the fourth act, some people have 5 acts. I'm not going to argue about that, but it needs to get you to the end and some degree of satisfaction in your story. So really look at the character, their arc, what's going on with them. And James Scott Bell actually wrote a great book. It's called Write Your Book from the Middle. So if you really want to take a different look at writing your novel overall, think of what might happen if you had to write it from the middle. Because again, we all come up with those great premises, but it's that story, it's the characters, it's their struggle, it's all of that that keeps the readers engaged.
So with my own background, I mentioned before is I come from working in the computer gaming industry, and so for me, one of the things that I kind of learned, particularly, I really kind of reach out and embrace the idea of the mystery as actually one of the best kind of structures, and you approach, and it works particularly well for games because the idea is you don't want to just linearly sit down and the player's watching this endless movie. It's not a movie. It's not a novel. So you have to get this piece and this piece and this piece. And so in a game, the player is putting these pieces together to kind of understand what's going on. But in a novel, the investigator or whomever the individual is, there are all of these little pieces of facts. And so at the end of the day, you have to figure out, where do you want this to end? And then work backwards from that. So before this end happens, what has to happen before that? And what has to happen before that? And you end up with all of these kind of little pieces that help. So you're almost writing the novel backwards, and that you can help you get through the middle, is because that's all the little steps that have to be made. So before they make this discovery, before they find this piece, what has to happen before they get there? And so that's kind of a hindforemost approach to writing. So one of the things that sometimes I love talking to writers about research, because I think that every writer that I know is inherently a curious person. And whether you're writing fantasy or whether you're writing something in the real world, we all end up doing some kind of wacky research for something we're working on. And so I just wanted to ask each one of you is that what is the weirdest rabbit hole that you ever went down in terms of researching something while working on your book?
So I don't know how weird this is. I wrote a historical mystery. It's set in 1890s. So I had to do a lot of research about what did exist and didn't exist at that time, a little bit about how people spoke, things they wore, the usual stuff. And I'm a bit of a history buff anyway, so I thought I had a sense of it. I was also writing colonial India, so looking at the history of India. And I started upon, I was looking for images, actually. I love to look for images, which then either they'll inform the plot in some way, or they'll give me ideas for characters or different things that happened. And I found the National Archives, National Gallery, actually, the UK Army Museum has a National Gallery. I guess it's up for public consumption. And I started looking at the Victoria Cross, awardees, people who had won the Victoria Cross in India, and started reading those stories. And although I was educated in India and thought I knew a great deal about Indian history, there are tons of skirmishes and battles and adventures and things that never made it into the history books I was reading. So I found myself going down a little bit of a rabbit hole. From that point, I went into all the people who had won the Order of Merit. So if you were Indian, you were considered colored, and you would have won the Order of Merit. If you were white, you would have won the Victoria Cross for gallantry under fire. And you had to have survived. You couldn't have died in that action. So there are first paintings, portraits of these people in tiny little snippets of information that I started reading. And I have to tell you, I burned up a lot of hours. But in a way, it also gave me these ideas for what might be some of the secrets that people were keeping at the time. And I do believe that no knowledge is ever really lost. So even though I burned up hours and hours in that particular rabbit hole, it informed my understanding of the time to a great extent, and colored. I have to say, it had to color the book in some way.
So, how about the two of you? Did you have any particularly interesting research experiment or something that happened?
I had a couple of research things. Yeah, first is early 6th century Italy is fairly obscure even in the historical world, and so a lot of the documents that you read, especially European ones, do have their footnotes in Greek and Latin. European books do not translate the footnotes, so be prepared. But I was reading in, where are we here? In this People and Identity in Ostrogothic Italy, and I think the way that novelists approach reading history is so different than the way that historians approach history. And so I'm reading along, and then down in the footnotes in the tiny text, it was actually in English, there was a footnote about young men's hairstyles where they shaved the front and the side, and then they had a big thing up here with a ponytail thing, and it was actually called the Hun. And I was like, oh my God, I've got to have some teenagers. You know, I had to have au courant teenagers with the hairstyles that they're 2 books away yet, but they're there. They're waiting for me. So I think just the way that we approach our reading and our research is so different. And then I actually went to Ravenna and spoke with a number of professors at the Università di Bologna about the period, and I would ask questions and they couldn't answer them. Like I would say, well, so what did they eat? And they did an amazingly Italian imitation of a Gallic shrug, and I was like, okay, they don't know. And then I had an appointment with another professor, and I was early, so there was a little bookstore across the street, and I went in the bookstore, and there on the table, was at the table with the Ostrogoths in Italian, of course, but there it was, and I was like, so here we are, what they ate. And so you do have to do some digging. And another thing that I asked about was where did they store all the grain? At this time, the king, the emperor, wherever you happen to be, distributed bread to everybody. Okay, that's a big deal. That takes a lot of grain. And I said, well, where did they store the grain so the king could distribute the bread to all the people? Nobody knows. And so this is the fun part of doing research. I am wandering around Ravenna, and I find this little neighborhood, which is not touristy at all. It's just a little neighborhood, and I go into this little bar on the corner, and it's late afternoon, and I order a spritz, and the bartender's asking me, obviously I'm not Italian, and he's asking me why I'm there and what I'm doing, and I told him, and I left. And a couple of days later, I came back, and he goes, spritz, right? And I'm like, yes, and I am waiting, and he said, well, and it was amazing. He reaches under the bar and he pulls out this magazine and he said, "You might like to read this because our bar is mentioned in here as a historic bar, and the whole edition is about bars." The main street in Ravenna used to be a river. Now the river's all filled in and it's a big street. But I was reading about an 18th century bar that was in a cave underground just off of this street. And people used to meet and smoke pipes and have discussions and all the things people did in the 18th century. And I went, wait, cave near what used to be a river that comes up from the port, what a natural place to store grain. And so my problem was solved. As far as the story goes, grain gets stored in that cave. And so I think when you have your story ideas floating around in your head, that research is just so much fun because it fills in the details for you. And of course, there's the flip side is when you're writing and you realize with all the research that you've done, there's one more thing you need to research. That happens a lot.
Yeah.
Neil, you're on mute.
Sorry. So I was just saying that there was something that both of you kind of brought up, is that there are little tiny things that you didn't necessarily know you were looking for to begin with, which suddenly become important. And in some cases, occasionally you'll find something and it turns off and goes, oh, holy crap, this is a whole section of the book. This is a whole whatever.
Right.
And so I love how you can have those small discoveries and little things that kind of spin off your story in a new kind of way. And so that can open it up. I think the danger sometimes is it's very easy to get sucked into the research and then just do nothing but research, because just like you get really excited about, oh, well, then this connects to this, and then, wow, and this other thing that happens. And then a month later you're going, what the hell? I'm researching about the history of pigment in, ancient Rome. And this has nothing to do with what I'm writing about. But Desiree, did you have anything to contribute on that point before we move on?
Yeah, really quick. I'll just say that not too long ago, because I'm writing about in Roman times during the time of Constantine, so I'm just a few hundred years behind Zara there. But I wanted my commanders, my centurions, I was curious, what's the hierarchy of command? What do they call themselves? You don't want to do the trite thing. Are they saying, sir, my commander? Like, what are they really saying? And then I discovered, too, during the time of Constantine, that idea of the huge Roman legion actually was something that he dissolved, and there was a little bit of controversy on who did what. Started having field armies, and I just went down this rabbit hole, learning everything about the field armies and where they were stationed and how they did the backup, and how it was different here and different there. And ultimately, the centurion that I was curious about, if I should keep him a centurion or something else, well, he stayed a centurion. But the cool thing is, I feel like, and somebody else said this too, it's like all that wealth of information. You've got that iceberg, right? And maybe it's just the very tip that makes it into the writing, but having that information and being informed underneath, I feel like it helps the writer to really have that immersive experience and then relay that to the reader for their immersive experience. And yeah, there might be those little gems along the way that you find. I found that in Roman times when they proposed a toast, they really did. That's where a toast comes from. They put a little bit of dried bread in the wine to get rid of the acidity and also to kind of test for poison to see if there was any poison in it. So I use that in my book as well. I just thought that's such a great little thing, crumbling some bread into the chalice before they toast.
What a lovely period in which you're basically having to test for poison, isn't it? But yeah, absolutely. Knowing as much about your universe is really important. Is you understand how it works, how it ticks, and everything else. And so maybe that's just a handful of notes you keep off to the side, or you're a lunatic like myself and you write an encyclopedia that's as big as the book you're writing. But anyway, I think it's valuable to have. But again, having that stuff that informs you, and it helps sometimes to answer questions before you even know you need to ask that question. But the nice thing is that you get to that point. He says, I don't have to spend a lot of time worrying about it now, because I figured this out. I understand how the world works. Uh, so. Uh, so the next question I want to ask you about is sort of outside help and your friends and people like that. So, at what point do you generally feel the most comfortable in terms of starting to share what you're working on with your friends, your beta readers, or what have you? Do you do chapter by chapter, or do you wait until you have a full draft done? Is one press work for you better than another?
So I'll start. So my first couple of manuscripts, I wrote the whole thing before I got any feedback from anyone. Um, and I think there's an advantage to that, is that it's you're not influenced, you're not pulled in so many directions. It's hard enough to try to match what you have in your mind if you have other input at that point in time. Sometimes it can be just overwhelming. um, the sequel to Murder in Old Bombay, my second um, pass, I guess, or effort, was done differently. Rather than just go from the get-go and get the whole thing, sort of spill it all out, I went sort of 3 chapters at a time. My agent somewhat put me on a schedule, and thank God for her. This was during the pandemic. It was the 3 months leading up the election. I was a basket case. And I think she saved me. She saved my sanity. She said, all right, every week I want some couple of chapters. I ended up giving her 3 chapters every week, which was a lot. I did have an outline to work with, but just having that regularity, to send it to her, we'd have a 2-hour conversation, and then the next Monday, and then the next Monday, and so on. It really got the material, got me immersed in the material, got me going, and kept me away from the television, which was the thing that was giving me all that anxiety. So being able to do that really helped. I'll tell you, those 2-hour conversations were wonderful because she didn't dissect. I think at that point you don't want someone to go in and line edit because it's all going to change.
Right.
But she gave me big questions, and so we developed some characters. Actually added a couple new characters. A lot of the development of the plot, the narrative, the momentum came from those very energizing 2-hour conversations. So I would just say it depends upon what you're comfortable with getting, where you want to get input. It is very useful to get input, and I almost want to say that the faster you get used to absorbing input, the faster you will get there. The faster you will get published, the faster you will break out. Absorbing input and knowing what to take and what not to take is absolutely crucial. So I had this critique group that worked with me for Murder in Old Bombay, which is comprised of 70 very short chapters. And this critique group, I had already written the book. I was in the middle of revising it when I reviewed chapter after chapter with them, 1 chapter every Friday. So we had a 2-hour session, 2 to 3 hour session, and about 3 or 4 people in the critique group would share material, and we'd go around the table and get input from each person. And I just wrote. During that time, I tried not to defend. I wouldn't even worry too much about trying to figure out how to solve the problem. I would just write and record what their input was. And I learned very early on that certain people give certain type of input and other people will focus on the minutia. Some will be up there, some will be down here, but you learn where to use different input and how to absorb it. And some of it, frankly, just let go. You just let it go and say, okay, that type of reader is going to accept it this way or not accept it this way. But you just keep moving on. I think it helps to have a thick skin, to know that your writing is not your soul. It is not you. It is a product, and you're trying to improve the product. And everybody who gives input is trying to improve your product. And if you take it that way, then it doesn't get so hurtful, because writers are extremely vulnerable. So you have to decide at what point you're able to accept critique.
And that's an excellent point, because you really need to, and I think that it's beneficial to be a writer who is in a writers group, because receiving the critique, but also critiquing other people's work, I really do think help you think about your own writing, because you'll see problems in other people's manuscripts where, because it's not your own work, it makes you step back and you look at it, and then it makes you think about, oh, you know what, I may have a similar problem going on in my own manuscript. And so I really do think, having a writers group is a really beneficial thing to do. We're starting to be up against our time for the panel, and so I want to ask each one of you is basically just let us know about where we can find you online, or find your books, and what you're working on next.
Sure, happy to share. So I have a sequel to Murder in Old Bombay that I'm working on right now. And the environment is the 1893 World's Fair of Chicago, which it's a lot of my work is pinned on real events. It's historical mysteries and it's historical fiction. But it's set up against real things that happened, and sometimes I take a few liberties with when they happen, but I usually do disclaimers at the end. So 1893's World Fair was very, very interesting, not just because that's where electricity became first commercial use and so on, which is all very interesting, but there was this huge era of labor versus capital going on. And in many ways, some of the themes that we see in the 1890s are things that are going on today. In fact, it shocks me how much of it is really being repeated, the vast inequalities of income that are happening. So you're looking at the rise of the labor movement that had just happened prior to the 1890s. And in the World's Fair, there's that summer. It's a magnificent event. 27 million people come to Chicago. The population of the country is only 60 million, so this is enormous. But that same summer, it turns out, it was the first Parliament of World Religions was held. And Swami Vivekananda from India came to Chicago and talked to an audience about Hinduism for the very first time. And I found that was fascinating. I'd actually attended a Parliament of World Religions in 2019. And then what made it absolutely riveting for me was that same summer, same place, same time, you have the World's Convention of Anarchists gathering in Chicago. So what could go wrong, right? It's just irresistible. And so I'm enjoying that very much right now.
So yeah, I don't see what could possibly go wrong in this scenario. So you have a website, or
I do
or,
indeed.
yeah.
Yes, it's just nevmarch.com. I'm also on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at nevmarch, and all of them. I do post a little about events that I'm going to or attending. I'll post things that interested me, articles I'll retweet, and then every now and then I'll put in something I saw on the walk today, or something I'm struggling with, or reply to other people's messages. Because I do find that this is a new form of community. It's like in the old days, maybe you would have gone to the town square and sat down there and started talking, and then somebody started talking to you. Twitter's like that.
Wonderful. How about you, Zara? How can we find you and the things you're working on?
Oh, well, I have a website, and it's my name, Zara Altair, zaraaltair.com. And you can find information about the books. You can find information about my course, Write a Killer Mystery. So it's all, and wherever the books are sold, it's all there. It's a great starting place. I also am on Facebook. If you'd like to follow me as an author, I suggest that you follow my author page. My personal profile is pretty wild and out there. So you won't see a lot about my writing or historical mysteries there. So anyway, Neil, thank you so much. This was so much fun. Thank you.
Well, really appreciate it. And Desiree.
Sure. So if you're an author and you need help with your PR marketing or even your book development, even ghostwriting, I can help you out there. That's blackchateauenterprises.com. That's our website. You can also sign up for our newsletter. We do a monthly newsletter with writing tips and news and information about what's going on in the industry. Excuse me. If you are a reader, then check us out at booksthatmakeyou.com. We have interviews with authors. We have the Books That Make You show, which I host. I interview authors. We do contests and giveaways, and we've got lots of book reading lists to help you stack your bookshelves. And whether you're a reader or a writer, the Book Fest is for you. And there are lots of even past conversations and panels that we've had about editing, about using social media, about PR and marketing for authors. So it's a real good resource for authors who are looking to learn more. And don't forget to join us for the next one. Sign up for the email alerts. We'll be back doing the Book Fest again in October, the 23rd and the 24th.
Well, thank you again, ladies. It was a wonderful chatting with all of you and hearing about your different approaches with writing. Of course, I'm going to be paying attention to all the stuff that you're working on and all your writing tips and advice, and so it's very much appreciated. So, for folks that are still tuned in with us here, we're going to be doing a panel about the universal appeal of horror. We've already got some of our panelists kind of filtering in here. I'm going to take a very short break here, and then we will be back with you at the top of 3 o'clock with the universal appeal of horror. So please stay tuned for that amazing panel. Hello, everyone. We have our lovely panel all ready and raring to go here for our look at the the universal appeal of horror. And so I want to thank everybody for hanging in with us here on Sunday morning. I hope that everything is decent where you're at. It's not as sweltering as it was here yesterday, but it's starting to get a little warm in here. But anyway, I hope you're all cool and comfortable wherever you're at. So we have a really great panel lined up for you here today. I've got two returning folks from previous panels, and of course we have Miguel, who was instrumental in our con last year. Helped us with our film festival a portion of last year. I wasn't crazy enough to try that again this year, and so like 3 days of me being moderator all by myself, that was just a bit much. But anyway, Miguel was super helpful with that, and of course he has been a tremendous friend and supporter, and so I always like to give him a shout out, and of course his Horrible Imaginings Film Festival. So I am going to go ahead and let everybody go down the row here and let everybody introduce themselves and tell us about who they are and what they work on, and then we'll get down to horrifying all of you. So Miguel, take it away.
Sure. So, hi, Neil. Hello, everybody. Nancy, Michelle, Jim. Good to see everybody. Thanks for inviting me to this panel. My name is Miguel Rodriguez. I am the founder and director of a film festival in Southern California called Horrible Imaginings. This will be our 12th year coming up, and it's been a lot of fun. Neil is a alumnus of our festival, and so it's always good to work with you. But I look forward to this conversation and wherever it might lead. It's going to get personal, I think.
How about you, Jim?
Good day. Yes, I am Jim Phillips. As is interesting for this particular panel, I am a player and writer of horror role-playing games, supplement scenarios, game systems, the whole 9 yards.
Cool. Michelle?
Try that again. Okay, sorry about that.
That's right.
So I'm Michelle Renee Lane, and I write horror and dark fantasy. My debut novel, Invisible Chains, which is available through Haverhill House Publishing, was nominated for a Bram Stoker Award.
And then Nancy?
Hi, I'm Nancy Holder. I used to live in San Diego, and I live up in the Pacific Northwest. It's a little warm today, just a little. And I am the former vice president of the Horror Writers Association and a former board member of the Horror Writers Association. And if you're interested in horror, I implore you to join us. We are a fabulous organization offering mentorship and health insurance and many other benefits. So please consider it HWA. I recently won a Bram Stoker Award. I've won some other ones, but this one was for graphic novel. I'm very happy. It's called Mary Shelley Presents Tales of the Supernatural. And I write a lot of horror, and I've written a lot of tie-in fiction for properties. I wrote the novelization for Crimson Peak, and I've written a lot of material for Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Female. So that's me.
So we've got a little bit of a San Diego Mafia thing going on today. Michelle, you're just going to have to move down here, I guess.
There are worse places to live. Maybe not for our wallets, but yeah.
But thank you all of you for joining us today. So the first thing that I just want to talk about is we're going to talk about where horror comes from all of us personally, and so. I strongly kind of feel that a love for horror tends to begin in childhood. And I said, can you share with us the first time that you watched or you read or otherwise experienced something that first took you on monsters, ghosts, vampires? So what was that kind of first thing for you? So we'll just go around like we did before.
Sure. I actually have a story I tell. I'll try to keep it brief, but my parents very, very briefly tried to be one of those parents who would protect us from things like this. But when I believe I was 4 years old and my brother was an infant, they left us with my grandmother while they went to the movies or something, returned to hear that she was telling us a story. And the story, they were like, oh, let's just listen. And the story was like about a killer chopping off people's heads and blood spurting out of neck holes, and all kinds of stuff. So it is absolutely something that followed me part and parcel with my life. So yeah, the title of this series, the universality of horror, I definitely want to touch on that too, but because I question how universal it can be. But yeah, that was it for me, and it was the floodgates were open.
And so I have to say, you're doing the same thing with your daughter, right?
Yeah. She loves monsters. We try to be like, oh, Godzilla movies and Ultraman. She loves Ultraman, but it's really hard because I'm a film festival curator, and so she'll just, I want to see two. Okay, but she's afraid of nothing, which kind of takes the fun out of it, doesn't it?
How about you, Jim?
So what got me started is either somewhat interesting or perhaps a little embarrassing, depending on how you want to look at it. So, growing up out in the, let's say, very remote country, very empty farmland, and being alone in the house by myself, 5, 6 years old, something like this, 7, 8 o'clock at night, it's dark out, there's no lights anywhere, there's no one for miles around, and watching In Search Of on TV.
Yeah.
And specifically, whether it was Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster or the Bermuda Triangle, just kind of everything about the unknown, and maybe it is and maybe it isn't, and who knows, and just being a little kid and looking out into the darkness and going, yeah, I really don't know what's out there.
How about you, Nancy?
It's weird because as I'm listening to stories, I'm remembering exactly when it was. And ironically, my mom sat down with me to watch Frankenstein on some science fiction theater with Mona Lisa or Cosmocina, if you San Diegans are old enough to know who those people are. It was a show with a host, like a crypt keeper in San Diego. And I remember I'd start to get scared, and she'd say things like, I wonder where the cameras are. I wonder where the lights are, which is weird because my mom was not a film person at all. And I don't know where all that came from, but the first thing I ever saw was Frankenstein.
Michelle?
So I was pretty much raised on horror. I grew up in what my family believes is a haunted house. And so we all kind of just dove in with that. My grandmother also liked to tell very scary stories that would keep me awake at night. She collected all of Stephen King's work in hardback until the day she died. And we, I don't know, all of the people in my family enjoy horror movies. I watched Dark Shadows growing up. I watched In Search Of. My favorite was In Search of Dracula. I don't know. All of these things are ringing bells for me that you're talking about. But it really is about, for me, it's a family thing.
That's really interesting because the same thing is true with me. My background, I grew up out in Oklahoma, and they had a large property, and there was a house that basically all of my aunts and uncles swore to me was haunted, and they would tell me stories, but it wasn't actually until I got older till I heard the stories, because I also grew up in a very religious family, and so they had this conflict of we don't talk about this. And so whenever my first real recollection of watching something and being horrified by something, but also being attracted to it, was because I grew up in the golden age of horror back in the 70s, in the wonderful Monster of the Week movies that were on television back in the 70s. And we had our local horror show was called the Plenty Scary Movie, that played after the news. And so the movie that really stuck with me is the movie Gargoyles. And I don't know if you've ever seen that movie or not.
Bernie Casey.
Bernie Casey. And there's this wonderful scene in the movie where a gargoyle lands on the roof of the station wagon. They're out in the middle of nowhere driving around, and so this gargoyle is screaming and clawing the roof of the station wagon. Well, we happen to own the same model of station wagon as what was in that movie. And we frequently would go out and see my grandparents, whose farm was out in, I lived just outside of Tulsa, but my grandparents were about 100 miles away. So we would frequently be in these long stretches of dark road where nothing else was going on. And then that scene would replay in my head, is this gargoyle landing on the roof and destroying the thing. So we were all traumatized in our own way, I guess, as children. And so that was my my own approach with that. But so the horror label is extraordinarily broad. Miguel and I, have talked about this before, but it covers an incredible swath of sort of subgenres. And is there a subgenre to which you particularly gravitate more than others? And if so, do you know why it appeals to you more than others?
I mean, for me, I grew up on monsters, talking about Frankenstein being the first film. To bring up my grandmother again, her big braggadocious kind of story was she saw that in the cinema with her brother, who was older, and she loved it, and he was hiding under the chair. So the original James Whale Frankenstein. And so we always love to tell that story. And so monsters, I guess, have always appealed to me. The supernatural, the unexplained, fairy tales, morality tales, things used to scare people into behaving well. That touches on religion as well. All of those, why they appeal to me, probably partially because of my upbringing. My father, who had been a minister, and I think also I would be remiss if I didn't mention that there is some kind of relationship that some of us feel to those things that are outcasts. Like if we don't feel like we fit in well anywhere, the monsters in stories, we tend to relate to them better than the human characters sometimes, and that kind of empathy that we would find for the monsters, it was deeper than just being scared. It became something altogether different. And for me, the creature feature monster kind of thing has that aspect to it that I really I'm drawn toward. But as a curator, I'm open to anything where an artist is expressing fear or anxiety, and that can be so many ways. It could be a musical, it could be a comedy, it could be an animation, and that I find very exciting.
How about you, Jim?
So if I would to have put a label on it, I think I would say what appeals to me most is the idea of cosmic horror. Whether it is truly a cosmic scale, I don't think it necessarily needs to be to count, but just the idea, certainly from as a little child and even still today, that there is far more out there than I can see, than I can know, than I can understand, and never quite knowing what's around the corner. And the very much kind of Lovecraftian ideal of there are things and forces and entities and intelligences that are far more powerful, far more intelligent than we are, and we really are perhaps not so important. That's what always gets me. That's what gets me.
So you don't like being at the bottom of the food chain.
Learn to accept it.
How about you, Michelle?
A favorite. I don't know what to say about that. I like all kinds of horror. I feel like I'm often drawn to body horror a lot because it appeals to me because of just having the sense of being uncomfortable in my own body, and seeing how it can really be explored in film really excites me. But growing up, I watched a lot of just the classic monster movies on Saturday afternoons. We had Creature Double Feature, which was out of Baltimore, and I definitely had more of a connection with the monsters I was watching on screen than with the people who were fighting against them. And I think that pretty much stems from my own struggles with finding identity in a very rural, homogeneously white environment growing up as a kid. And so, yeah, I did have empathy for the monsters because it was easier to identify with them. And I think I still do that because, and which probably comes through in my nonfiction writing when I write about vampires or werewolves. I'm 100% for vampires and werewolves always.
How about you, Nancy?
Well, first of all, I want to tip my hat to Val Lewton. He's a filmmaker and auteur in the 30s and 40s and a genius. And I think that what attracts me to him and to some of his proteges, Robert Weiss, who did the first Haunting movie in 1963, and Jacques Tourneur, is that there were a lot of ambiguity and a lot of layers and a lot of places for you to interpret what was going on. And it wasn't just a slasher or scary movie. There was a lot to think about. And I think that he really brought a lot of thinking to filmmaking and to horror in general. And I think that I like that ambiguity, which is like I like Japanese horror and Korean horror a lot, because it's not as cause and effect as ours. You know, you do something bad, you violate the thing, you go in the tomb, something bad happens to you. In a lot of Japanese Asian horror, there's no cause and effect like that. It just happens to you. And how do you stop it? Who knows? Sometimes you can stop it, sometimes you can't. And I like that tension that never lets up. And in the first Haunting, there are only two places where you have some kind of a jump scare or some kind of a way to relieve your anxiety. And the rest of the time in that film, you are just like that. And when it ends, you're still like that. And I still remember the first time I saw it, and I had to walk home, and I was just freaked out, and there was no release. And I really, really like that. That sticks with you, and that's what I like.
You and I are both in the same ballpark there. You know, again, there's the Universal horror films or whatever, a huge influence on me. Part of the reason we did our short film, The Case of Evil, a few years ago, and also to the Japanese horror films. Like, you know, I think that there's something about the thing that I didn't do anything to deserve this. I didn't bring this onto myself. It's more like cancer. It's this thing that can come after me no matter what. And so I think that's truly horrifying. And so, and Miguel, so a lot of time we'll be kind of talking about things that Miguel and I have talked about over the years, but I know this is an issue that has been near and dear to Miguel, and is that horror films and novels aren't often treated as quote unquote real art. And that despite the fact that they often address real world issues like sexual abuse and racism and xenophobia, misogyny, and other abuses of power and of privilege. And is it time for society to look at the monsters in the basement and appreciate that these are darker reflections of who we are, and that's worthy of being art?
This is a hard one, Neil. This is a hard. You know why? Because there's a huge part of me that thinks that the power of the genre at large, or the notion of expressing fear or anxiety, resides in the fact that it's stigmatized against. Like, do we really want it to be at the Oscars? Do we? I feel like the notion of horror as trash has historically allowed it to fly under the radar and express some of these kind of subversive ideals in a really great way. Like, you know, if you take like the Twilight Zone, you know, Rod Serling had all these great ideas. It didn't really fly with the TV people, so he hid them under all of these science fiction and horror stories. And that it's always been because, you know, mainstream ideas like, oh, it's just trash, it means nothing. And so we're able to kind of use it to ride some of these more taboo breaking ideas into people's homes. And so in a way, yes, I would love the recognition that that the artists who create it are indeed artists. And sorry, I do have a 2-year-old. She's very loud. But at the same time, I don't know if I want to lose kind of like that underground, the power that comes with a raw underground feeling that we can use to let go of pretensions and just go toward those subtexts that we really want to talk about and hide them under the genre lens, which I think can be powerful. I feel like a little too much societal acceptance might dilute that.
So Nancy, I saw you nodding. Did you want to chime in on that?
I totally agree, and I'm laughing because I'm actually kind of pushing how bad the weather is up here because we don't want anyone to move here. So I'm like, it's really bad. You don't want to live here. And it's like, horror is evil. Oh yeah, you probably couldn't take it. You know, it's ruin your life, so you should just leave it alone. And I agree. I think there's a lot of people. Not a lot. It's like I feel like I'm in one of those press conferences. Who would those people be? Some critics argue that horror is not a genre, that horror is an atmosphere or a mood or a tone. And so there's like amazing movies and books that get written and people go like, it's like horror. It's kind of got a horror element. They don't say it's horror. They can't quite get there. Like there was a big hoo-ha when Jodie Foster won the Oscar for Silence of the Lambs and said, this is not a horror movie. And all the horror people are like, wrong. We gave Red Dragon a Bram Stoker Award, girl. So there's this, you're right, there's this tension that you don't want it to get, you have to brush your hair and brush your teeth before you go out kind of feeling about it. So I'm 100% behind what you said.
So you don't believe in swanky horror?
Oh, like Cruella. Anybody, an origin story of a woman who kills puppies is not my. I can't do that. No way, Jose.
So Jim or Michelle, did you want to chime in on this?
I don't know. I have mixed feelings because a lot of my favorite horror novels, I feel like could be categorized as literary novels as well. I think it's just the strength of the writing and how well you handle a subject, especially if you're dealing with those taboo subjects. So I don't know. It's hard. I have a hard time talking about it because the horror community is kind of larger than people would like to think, I guess. And in terms of people who write it, who are reading it. But, I can remember as a kid having to be concerned about people seeing the covers of the books that I was reading because they were upsetting to some people, especially some of my teachers in middle school and high school because they thought that it was inappropriate material. But it was okay for me to carry around a copy of Lolita and read that. That was perfectly fine. So I don't know. I feel like it's hard because you want people to be enjoying the things that you enjoy, but at the same time, you also kind of want it to be a secret and let people think that it's something that it's not.
Yeah, I remember being a kid that we always used to talk about, well, I wish that science fiction would get more respect and then we'd see more of it and everything else. And now it's like, yeah, it's everywhere. Did we get what we really thought we were going to get whenever by sort of opening the door and letting more people in? But Jim, did you have any thoughts on the art question?
So I do, and I completely agree with what seems to be the general tenor that says, no, horror should not go completely mainstream and, have a representative at the Oscars every year and whatever else. No, but I think I would also kind of look at it from the other side and say that, unlike science fiction, and I think that's an interesting analogy, Neil, and, we're around the same age and, I grew up the same way. Why isn't all this stuff I love so much more popular? Why doesn't everyone love it? And now everyone does. And anyway, but with horror, I think there's another aspect to it as well. And that's that I'm not sure that it could, even if it wanted to. specifically because of the issues and the themes and the confronting nature of most of, and certainly really any good, right, horror. Is that something that the populace, that the public at large can really deal with on a regular basis, can really accept? And I think we have to look at society, and certainly modern Western society, and say, no, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Miguel was waving his hands around quite a bit over here.
Yeah, so that actually that goes back to what I was saying about the title. So the universality of horror. I do think very, very much to the core of me that this is not for everyone. It's, and I don't want. I do feel like our festival has done really well at taking a lot of people in the audience who didn't think they enjoyed the genre and change their mind. But it is not for everyone. I think it is at its heart a confrontational genre in a lot of ways, and in that it has us as in the human condition face fears, anxieties, things that are taboo, things that go against common mores, and not everybody is okay with that. Some people just want the happy ending, and that's okay too. Like, it's not about what's better than the other, but there are a lot, and I think that Michelle's right, there's a lot more of us than we give credit for. There are a lot of us who find catharsis in art, whether it's literature. But this conversation was had in the Romantics era with like all of those authors about what is horror versus terror versus all this kind of stuff. What we get from it, like, do we really need a happy ending? No, I actually kind of prefer it. Do I find that horror is entertaining? I'm kind of looking for anti-entertainment. You know what I mean? So for me, it's a little more of a psychological need than an escapist need. And horror is so large, as you said, so broad that it can be both. It could be all things. It could be none of those things. For a lot of people, it is escapist. They just want like monsters and blood and blah, blah, whatever. A lot of times, when Get Out was nominated as a comedy, that starts to become a little bit offensive. But certainly, I like to look toward the genre for things that allow me to have uncomfortable conversations that aren't necessarily okay in polite society. So, I agree. I don't think it's universal per se, but I do think it's necessary for those of us who do need it.
So that actually kind of is. I just want to make kind of a comment on sort of the meta thing about audiences and everything. And so, my wife and I come from very different kind of approaches or thoughts about horror. Me, I just eat the stuff up, and this is just since I was a kid. This is something that's been really important to me. My wife, not so much so. But the one thing that she commented on, particularly after we started attending your film festival, was that she said, the amazing thing about the horror community is these are some of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. They're just the sweetest, dearest people. And it's just kind of funny because it will go in and watch these horrific, gory, just off the top kind of stuff. And they come out and they're just the nicest people. But I think at some level, what you're talking about is some of horror is processing trauma, processing things that's happened. And so I think a lot of the people who watch horror, this is a way to kind of turn the pressure valve a little bit. Or at the very least to say, here's a way to take this horrible, terrible thing that happened to me and put it on the big screen. And by pulling it out of myself, it's a way of exercising it, at least to a degree, or allowing it to be discussed. So the next question I want to kind of ask about.
Neil, can I say one more thing? I'm sorry.
Sure. I put you on the panel so you can talk.
I do not want to monopolize anything, but I do have to say, like, again, it goes to what Jim was saying about like not being for everyone. The challenge, and this goes back to your question about can it be more appreciated as an art in a mainstream kind of way, and one of the reasons I don't think it can be as well is people who don't get the same kind of catharsis or feelings from the genre that we do will never quite understand exactly what we go to it for. If someone goes to see The Last Unicorn or When Harry Met Sally,
both totally horrifying films.
Well, I mean, that's my point. Well, actually, The Last Unicorn has some scary stuff, but they're looking for something different, and there's this idea of film not only as entertainment, but as depicting something that you want to relate to the protagonist. Horror doesn't always give you a protagonist you're going to relate to. Horror is sometimes going to give you a protagonist who's disgusting, right? And so it is hard to convince or help people understand. There's my daughter. Help people understand that. All right, go away. Help people understand that depiction is not the same as I'm giving my seal of approval on these actions. In horror, we're depicting things that are horrifying, not as a way to say we think this is cool, but to express like how we get upset, our feelings for when horrible things happen. And I think that's where some of that surprise comes from. Is it's not that people who make horror are saying, oh, I'm going to have these slashers because I think that I wish there were slashers on the road and they're awesome, but more that I'm scared of this and I want to get this off my chest, and this is my artistic way to express that.
Can I say something?
Of course you can, absolutely.
So just to piggyback on that, Neil, you were saying how your wife was saying how, people who write horror are some of the nicest people that you could meet. And Miguel, you were just saying how, essentially, we're writing it or viewing it not because we want to see murderers everywhere, but because it's a way of dealing with our emotions. I had an experience in my MFA program in which every residency we would all read the same book and talk about it. It's a writing popular fiction program, so we either focused on romance or mystery or science fiction or fantasy. And there was one time when I was in the program that we actually read a horror novel, and we read Joe Hill's Nosferatu, which is one of my favorite books. And what was interesting to me was people who, we'd all read whatever other genres people were writing. We read romance novels, we read fantasy, we read science fiction, and we always tried to be very respectful of the people who were writing it in the program so that we can learn from them and from what genre they were writing in. But what was interesting to me was when we read Nosferatu, the opposite happened, and other people in the program became very disrespectful of people who were writing horror in the program and became very accusatory of the fact that anyone who would write something that horrific must have something wrong with them. They must be deranged or sick. And it was really shocking for me that people who I had spent almost 3 years learning with were now looking at me as if there was something seriously wrong with my psychology.
Well, whenever I went through the writing program when I was in college, the funny thing for me is that the group that I was in was 95% romance writers, and I was the weirdo in the group writing science fiction. But the funny thing is that a small handful of them were also doing mystery things, and they would have these scenes that were just incredibly brutal, bloody, horrific murders that would happen. And again, it was the same kind of reaction at the time as they go, "This is so funny because these are the sweetest ladies." And but they're writing these brutal kinds of things, and so that was my first real kind of notion of the break between what we put on the page and who we are as a person. And again, that idea of in some way exercising this darkness within ourselves, and I put it out here so that it's not in me and whatever. And so anyway, does anybody else want to kind of chime in on that before we move on to the next topic? Or
well, I'm just chuckling because that happened to me. I gave one of my novels or short stories or something to actually a woman who owned a bookstore parents, Mary Elizabeth Hart, when she owned Mysterious Galaxy, gave them a story, or she gave it to them, and they were stunned because they said she seemed so nice. And so after that, somehow because of that, for a long time, I was known as the housewife of horror. The nice housewife of horror, which I love, but over time, people forget your nickname, and those 15 minutes are gone. But the housewife of horror.
Neil, in the interest of fairness, I do want to say, because we've talked a bunch about how like people who don't like horror just don't understand us, which is true. But I must say, like, the opposite can be true, where we cannot understand them as well. And I've had to learn this myself, and it's why I stress so much that it's not for everyone. Like, for example, there's the topic that always comes up for us of trigger warnings, right? And horror people tend to be like, trigger warnings are stupid, trigger warnings are censorship or whatever. If you don't need a trigger warning, that's what it seems like. If you do need one, it's critical. So, we have to be respectful of how people take in horror. The thing about art is it's personal. And horror, what I love about it, in my opinion, is absolutely the most personal, because we're talking about things that are foundational, base, bestial. This is the core of us. So it can get personal, and it can, get people upset.
So the next thing I want to dive into a little bit, and so I had this, scripted to throw directly at you, Miguel, simply because you are dealing with international horror on a regular basis. And I wanted to kind of talk about, are there basically ideas or themes that Americans see as horrifying that don't necessarily sell as much in other countries, or vice versa, things that they find horrifying that kind of fly over our heads? And so, or do you think there are themes or ideas that don't cross borders very well?
Americans are afraid of pleasurable sex in a way that a lot of other countries are not. Like, genuinely afraid. That's the first thing that comes to my mind when you ask that question. I think one of the benefits of this terrifying new era we're in of streaming and constant content is eyes are being opened to international cinema now in a way that has never happened before. And I think the potential of that is fantastic. Things like Parasite winning the best award, speaking of going to the Oscars, and whether or not Parasite is a horror movie, and that was a whole conversation. But, that's in terms of what's, yes, there are some things that are culturally more profound in America and other countries, or amongst other countries. There are certain, to use the word in the title of this panel, there are certain universalities, but there are some things that don't translate. And rather than try to come up with specificity for you, I think I will talk about it very briefly and why I think horror can be an empathy building tool. It's why I started a horror film festival to start with. If you have a lot of people in one room together from different backgrounds, whether it's different culturally, different racially, different gender identities, and everybody is experiencing something as foundational to our core as fear or anxiety, then those differences and those similarities, the things that are universal versus the things that don't translate, in my opinion, and after 12 years of doing this, what I have seen is that those meld to build an understanding amongst people from different backgrounds in a way that I've seen very few other art forms do. Like, I can tell where we are different because we are different. And this idea that we're all the same, it should die, because we do all have different experiences, and that's a good thing. But we also have places where we intersect, and those are just as important to talk about. And I think horror gets at it in such a great, not only a great like foundational way to our psyches, but a way that normally it's shunned upon to talk about this stuff. And also it's just can be fun too. So it opens so many possibilities. And obviously I'm talking so much because I get so excited about it, but this is how I think about the genre. What you're just asking about international, it's relevant because I look at the differences and the similarities and put them together and make those the conversation.
hair.
Are you talking about our lovely flowing locks?
You know, Asia and hair.
I can talk about that. Yeah. Do you really want to know about that?
Sure.
I'm sure Nancy can too.
Right. We'll hop to Nancy, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I feel like I'm hogging the conversation, so I feel bad. By the way, in Santa Fe right now at the Museum of Folk Art, there's a wonderful exhibit on yokai that I went to, and it's outstanding. But in traditional, particularly Japanese, but a lot of Southeast Asian storytelling and also just fashion, it was traditional for women to wear their hair up in public. And hair down was usually a sign of some kind of psychological distress or death or so. So it's just culturally a symbol of something being askew or something being outside the taboo, and particularly death. You know, if that, you know, the Sadako Yamamura from The Ring, for example, that's one of the first ones that introduced the West in modern civilization to that image. That image is hundreds of years old, right? It's your traditional kind of vengeance spirit, female particularly spirit who came back and has the hair. The white is the symbol of a funeral robe, right? So it all actually has a lot of meaning culturally that almost never gets talked about when you just go see The Ring or go to see Ju-on or something.
There's one of the 4 stories in Kwaidan is about hair coming back and actually attacking the samurai guy. Kwaidan is a movie that was made in 1965 in Tokyo. It's an amazing, amazing movie. The director's Kobayashi, I think. Anyway, it's a great movie, and there's 4 stories, one for each season of the year. And this one is the samurai abandons his wife and he comes back many years later. And he thinks she's alive, but he's actually with her ghost. And when he wakes up in the morning, her hair is chasing after him. It's totally freaky. It's a great movie.
So, Jim or Michelle, do you have any other thoughts on international horror or things from cross-cultural? I mean, it doesn't have to be necessarily international, just cross-culturally, things that are horrifying in one group and not in another.
So what I will say is that lately, some of my favorite, some of the best horror that I've been watching is from other countries. The UK has some really amazing stuff that I've been watching over the last 5+ years, particularly their folk horror. I'm really loving that. I don't know what to say about cross-culturally. I guess just going back to that idea that different things frighten different people. I wrote a supernatural slave narrative, and one of the things that people kept asking me when I was writing it was, how is this a horror novel? How is this a horror novel? And as a woman of color living in the United States, I can't think of anything more terrifying than slavery. And so I guess culturally, even within our own culture, people have trouble understanding what might be frightening to people who are not white.
Mm-hmm. I have to say, whether it's Beloved or Kindred, Stephen King or Dean Koontz have nothing on those novels. Nothing. They are far more terrifying.
What was the name? What was the name of the short from a couple of years ago? Was it Box or The Box? Do you remember which one I'm talking about?
Yes, it's Boxed. Boxed. And that was based on a real story. That was based on a real escapee. Yeah.
That is an incredible short. And it's if you can find that or whatever, definitely look that one up because it is chilling but it's so incredibly well made. And I would definitely check that out. So we don't have a whole lot of time left here, but I did want to point something at Jim here, lob something into his neighborhood here. And so, of course, whenever I was in high school, I discovered this little role-playing game called Call of Cthulhu. Maybe you've heard of it. And became a huge devotee. It's actually become, as I became a game developer, that actually became the system that had more influence on me than anything else. The one thing I liked about it above Dungeons and Dragons was nobody becomes immortal. you don't level up and become invincible. And actually, the more experience you have as a character, the more unstable you become. And so I love that aspect of it. But the one thing that I thought was particularly interesting is that in the context of that game, uh, when you're dealing with the eldritch powers, the elder gods, you don't actually ever want to run into the elder gods. If they manifest, you're screwed. And the horror really comes from, and it's all about being powerless in some sense, is the fact that so you're trying to prevent the things that happen that make the really bad things from manifesting. So a lot of it has to do with avoiding, figure out a ways to avoid or divert horror or whatever. So what other things do you feel like you have learned from dealing with the problems of interactive horror? Because if I can pick up a machine gun and shoot it, it's less horrifying than the thing I can't stop at all. So what are your thoughts on that, Jim?
Well, absolutely. And I think that kind of goes back to the question of, horror in general, right? If you can, get your buddies together, gear up, and just go shoot something down, is it really horrifying? Right? And we see that over time, right? I mean, 100 years ago, Dracula was horrifying. A single vampire today is passé, right? It's a joke almost. And that at the end of the day is really what, in my opinion, kind of being afraid is about, right? What are we afraid of? We're afraid of the things that we can't really deal with. We can't stop things. We can't end things. The absolute best we can do is not even kind of keep them from happening. It's just delaying them from happening, right? It's this constant struggle and this delaying action to slow things down. Okay, not now. Okay, if it's going to happen next month, well, next month I'm going to have to deal with it then, right? I'm trying to slow it down. But I know I can never stop it. I can never defeat it. I can never, in the end, win, depending on how you define win, right? In my definition of win is I get to wake up tomorrow, right? Then I win. If I have to deal with the bad guys again 2 days from now, well, that's the way things go. That's the way the world really is, I think. So yeah.
So you're telling me that the ultimate manifestation of horror is basically paying bills.
Yes. That is so true. That is so
Raising
true.
children.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Both those things have just made my hair stand.
So somebody in the chat just said, Vathis or whatever, says when Jim runs games, a machine gun still won't save you. So one quick thing, I guess I still have a little bit of time left here, is say, what bit of fictional horror basically flew under the radar last year that you think more people should see or read or otherwise experience? So what are your recommendations?
All right, I guess we'll start with me again. I just read, this actually came out a couple of years ago, but I think the sequel to it is new. It's by, oh my gosh, Justina Ireland. It's called Dread Nation. I really enjoyed these two books. The second one is called The Deathless Divide. Basically, they are, the Civil War ended early because all the corpses at like Gettysburg rose up as the undead, and it's essentially a zombie novel. But it's really, 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 really good. Highly, highly recommended. The other thing I wanted to bring up, it's also a little bit older. It's by Victor Laval. It's a novella called The Ballad of Black Tom. And the reason I wanted to bring it up is because we've talked a little bit about Lovecraft and cosmic horror. And full disclosure, I was one of the co-directors of the H.P. Lovecraft Film Festival Los Angeles edition when we had it a few years ago. But I read Ballad of Black Tom, which is a rewriting of the H.P. Lovecraft short story, The Horror at Red Hook, from the perspective of a Black protagonist. and it really kind of knocked me on my butt, like on how it rethought everything for me about cosmic horror. You know, the idea about the elder gods you were talking about, Neil, is from a Western kind of Judeo-Christian perspective, humans were created in God's image, and Lovecraft's like post-Enlightenment writing challenged that by saying the gods actually don't care or even think about us at all. We're insignificant to them. They are indifferent to us. That was the source of the dread. There's a scene in the Ballad of Black Tom where that aspect is specifically ruminated upon, where the character sees another character who's black being accosted by the police and beaten on by the police, and he thinks to himself, what is indifference compared to malice? And that blew my mind, because I had always really thought about like human indifference being the ultimate terrifying thing, but to rethink it like that, like actually no, our own inhumanity to each other is the most terrifying thing. It really depends on how you think about it, what your perspective is, but to have art challenge your own perspective like that is huge. And if anyone has not read that, anything by Victor Laval is fantastic. So those are my recommendations.
All right, Jim, how about you? You have some recommendations for us?
Yeah, so in true form, of course, this actually isn't genre categorized as horror, but if anyone has not seen The Vast of Night, 2019 film from Andrew Patterson, it is a brilliant representation of the slow build of cosmic horror, as our main kind of small town characters start to figure out never kind of what is going on, but even just, is there something going on, right? Brilliant film. Highly recommend it.
All right, Nancy, or actually Renee. We'll go to Renee first.
Okay. So 2 books. Yeah, I love The Ballad of Black Tom. I just read that not too long ago, and it was fantastic. I recommend it as well. The other 2 books that I read last year that got some recognition within the horror community, but not enough, I think. And the first one is Cirque Berserk by Jessica Guess. And it takes place in an abandoned circus. And it's sort of set in the 80s, and it has that 80s slasher vibe to it. It's fantastic. And then the other one is Hairspray and Switchblades by V. Castro. And the title alone is fantastic, but essentially the protagonist is a stripper who ends up being one of the most powerful characters in the book. It's fantastic.
Wonderful. And Nancy, how about you?
I feel like a real schmoo because I can't think of anything just to add, except I will add something that is retro. And that is, I'm writing an article on Arthur Conan Doyle's influence on H.P. Lovecraft, and there is one, and it's very interesting. So I suggest people read some Arthur Conan Doyle that's not Sherlock Holmes, and you may be quite surprised at some of his more horrific supernatural fiction. He was creepy, and he had a good build. He could build well. He was the fan of the twist revenge ending, which I'm not big on, but he had other stories that were pretty cool. So Arthur Conan Doyle for the 2021 film parade there, or hit parade.
Wonderful. So my quick recommendation is, first of all, I want to point to Michelle, because I just finished her book just a week or so ago, and Invisible Chains was awesome. And I also want to recommend 9 Bar Blues, which, even though it isn't specifically a horror novel, there are a bunch of fairly horrific elements that are in it, and so some great short stories in there as well. So you should check those out. So if all of you could quickly just tell us basically where we find you. Miguel's already got his Twitter handle up there. He's ready for us. But tell us where we find you and what's going on with you next, sort of that's horror related.
As a curator, I have to also say The Vast of Night was fantastic, and you can watch it on Amazon Prime. But I love that film. But yes, that HI Film Fest is pretty much everywhere, Twitter, Instagram. On Facebook, we're Horrible Imaginings, although I have been like psychologically off of Facebook for a while. But yeah, hifilmfest.com is our main website. Passes just went on sale for the VIPs. We're doing a hybrid this year. We will be back at the Frida Cinema, but also I think the genie's out of the bottle regarding hybrid events like this one. Neil, I have no idea how you're still awake. But yeah, everyone should know this is more exhausting than in person by far. But I'm really excited to mix it up a little bit and see where this takes us. But yeah, we'll see us at HI Film Fest. The main festival is happening Labor Day weekend, September 2nd through the 5th.
Wonderful. Jim?
Sorry, yep. That is Cthulhu.me. You can find some of my RPG scenarios on DriveThruRPG. Newest one, We Dream of Flying, should be coming out in the next couple of weeks.
Cool.
Excellent.
Michelle?
You can find me at Girl Meets Monster. That's my blog, and I write about popular fiction, and I also interview other writers and try to promote their work there, and that's at michellearlane.com. And the next thing I have coming out is I have a piece in Michael Nost's writing workshop of horror too, and so I'm pretty excited about that. That's coming out in October.
Wonderful. And Nancy?
I'm on Twitter at Nancy Holder, and I have a website that I'm not very good at keeping up to date. And usually you can just mostly find most stuff on Amazon, but Moonstone has their own website. And I also write comics and graphic novels for Chimera Press, KYMERA RESS. So thank you. And I'm currently writing on Kolchak and Green Hornet mashups, and I, with another writer named Alan Phillipson, we created a character named Johnny Fade, and he goes back and forth from Deadtown to Tinseltown in the 1940s.
I'm so into that.
Well, I want to thank all of my wonderful panelists. Joy talking with all of you. Thank you for so much coming in and talking to me. And Michelle and Nancy, thank you for both being two-timers this year. Your special star for being a two-panel lockdown.
Neil, with you, I'm always available for two-timing.
All right. Oh dear!
Wow,
I'm gonna get in trouble for that one.
That could be my next
Being recorded, right? Kids, that's bad. Kids don't do that.
No. But thank you again so much. I appreciate all of you being here. We have our Composing for Games panel coming up right up next, and so for viewers, please stay tuned. And I will see you in about 5 minutes. So take care, and thank you again for all of you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you.
3-minute nap, Neil.
Take care.
Thank you. And we are back for our final panel of LockDownCon 2. And thank you everyone who's been sticking with us throughout everything. I think you're going to really enjoy our next panel. I've got a couple of great guys who work in the world of making music for games. It's a really fascinating art, and it's one of the things that I think that honestly makes a huge difference in a lot of computer games, is that if you stripped out the soundtrack to your favorite games, I think you would find that it isn't quite as an emotional experience as you think it is. And so that's a really important aspect of everything. So first of all, I would just like to go ahead and allow my two panelists here to kind of introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about the stuff they've worked on. So I'll go ahead and let Dan take it away here.
Well, thank you for having us, Neil, first of all. My name is Dan Polakar. I've worked on games, most recently released game Empire of Sin. I'm also the composer on a game called The Crimson Diamond, another indie game called Crunk, and hopefully two more games are coming through soon, but no official announcement there.
Sure. And Tony.
Hey, everybody. So thanks again, Neil, for having me and having us. So I have most recently worked on The Ambassador Fractured Timelines, which came out in August 2020 for all platforms, I think, except PlayStation. And then Charon's Crypt, which is out in early access. And now I'm working heavily on Call of Saragnar, which is going to be a very large soundtrack, which may not come out for some time. But I do plan on doing like a prologue EP or something so people can hear it. As well as a couple others. One is called Tomb Sweeper, same developers as The Ambassador. And then Evercraft Online, which is all Roland synth stuff, which is fun. And then lastly is Sunday Sailing by Snooty HQ, which is delivering ice cream on a boat in the islands of Norway. So it's great.
That's awesome. So a little bit like a Paperboy or whatever, but you're
kind of, but you're a moose delivering ice cream. It's fun.
Of course, that's what the first thing I think about whenever is a moose delivering ice cream. So, so first we're just going to kind of start off is before we get into digging into music itself. I think there are a lot of people that are maybe they picked up a guitar, they noodle around with a piano, but they have some ideas like, how does one person train to do this? How does one get the training to do this sort of thing? And so if you could both kind of give me your personal, voyages to becoming composers. And so how did that happen for each of you?
Go ahead, Tony. I'd love to hear your story.
Sure. Thank you, Dan. I'd love to hear yours. So I actually started in the world of singer-songwriter. So when I started making music, it was kind of a late bloomer. I was about 16, 17 years old. I was actually covering rock bands and then starting to do my own singer-songwriter stuff. But I was always in love with orchestral music, video game music as well. And so I went to school for music composition, really fell in love with the concert music scene, like classical music, I guess, and did that for a little while. And then eventually just a friend said, hey, I need some help on this game I'm working on. Could you edit my MIDI information or my MIDI data? And I said, sure. And that was kind of the doorway into then doing video game music. So I was kind of the classical music scene professionally for a while, and then jumping into the game music stuff thereafter. Uh-oh.
You are muted, Neil. I was wondering what you were going to say, but maybe you were just saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I was saying, Dan. Just how about you? So how did you get in on this?
Sure. So it's kind of a funny story. Relationships, definitely. I was able to meet Brenda Romero, the game director for Empire Sin and the CEO of Romero Games, through a mutual love of Jamaican dancehall. I happen to be working with probably the top Jamaican dancehall artist on the planet ever for the last 9 years, touring the world with him. And I've always been a gamer and a collector of games, but I never quite, had any inroads to actually making music for games. And then eventually I just said to Brenda one day, I said, well, I can't help you with, they were trying to hire an artist, I think, or something at the time. If anybody's watching that's a dev, we're always trying to hire great people. So definitely look at Romero Games website they're always trying to hire great new people. But I've said, I can't help you with artists, but if you're looking for anything music related, I can help. And I was more thinking along the lines of, maybe supervision or something like that, helping with licensed soundtrack or something like that. But then Brenda asked me if I'd like to work on her game, and I didn't even know the name of the game or what it was about or anything. But my answer was yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically how I came into it. I came into it in about the weirdest way possible. But yeah, I've been a professional musician for the last 16 years, I guess, and then just recently into games.
Now, but kind of diving back a little bit further, or did you have did you either go to college or to have some other classical training or anything like that for your music?
Yeah, again, my skill set was my degree is in music composition, right? So specifically for as if I'm writing for live performers, right? And so my training leading up to that was also through high school of taking AP music theory and just doing the choir and the musicals and all that stuff, that I was always kind of engrossed in it. Went to school for it, and then immediately, I think my first solo game gig actually was my senior year of college. I had some paid classical gigs throughout college, which was great. I mean, paid maybe 1 month of rent for the year, but it was kind of that training that allowed me to sort of do the styles of game music that I'm doing now, which is kind of interesting in that I have a lot of classical influence in my video game soundtracks, but even sometimes unintentionally. It just kind of happens, and so definitely stems from my classical training, both as a vocalist, a pianist, and a composer. So, yeah.
How about you, Dan?
Well, I'm jealous of your multi-instrumental talent because I'm just a piano player, keyboardist. But yeah, I do have formal training. My mother's a piano teacher. I come from kind of a legacy of musicians. My grandfather plays, although he doesn't play too much these days at 94, but my uncle plays saxophone. And so I kind of grew up through that. And then I eventually went to school. I don't have a music degree. I have a liberal arts degree with an emphasis in music. So I was able to kind of study a little bit of everything in music. I studied a little bit of composition. I studied a little bit of jazz. I studied a little bit of classical. So I was kind of able to get a little bit of everything. Not quite, enough to be great at any one of those things coming out of college, but at least it kind of gave me a little bit of a foundation to work with.
Well, I wanted to kind of say is that with Dan's comment earlier, you're talking about networking and sort of how important it was when meeting people, and so I'm going to be a little self-indulgent and point out that there's this box sitting on the shelf behind you for Might and Magic 3. And I worked on that little title. And New World Computing, it was the same door for, I came in as, I do music, but I haven't really been paid to do any compositions for anything except for a title called Planet's Edge. There is one song in Planet's Edge that I wrote. I don't know if you have that on the shelf back over there or not. There you go.
Wow.
You are holding in your hand the only computer game that I have any music in. And so the end theme of Planet's Edge I wrote.
That's epic. That's great.
But the whole idea of networking and connecting with other people, I don't think many people, I think people are a little concerned about, well, I'm going to go in and blind to some organization, I'm going to get in the door. But it's an even more complicated industry now than it was whenever I got in. I definitely came in through a back door. They needed a writer because the writer they had just basically left it at New World, and so I came in and I didn't, and it was kind of weird because I was really interested in computer games and interested in maybe becoming a programmer until I got into it and realized I'm really bad at math and I'm never going to do well at this. And so it was a friend of mine who got in as an artist, and he called me up and said, "Hey, you want to come and write for us?" But that networking thing is really important. If you have an indie have a game developer group in whatever part of the country you're in. Now, granted, this is going to be harder if you're in a small town, someplace or whatever. But if whatever large town you're in, there's probably at least a group of hobbyist game people there. And if you go and you spend some time hanging out with those folks, there's a chance you may run into somebody who has some connections that said, "Hey, here's my tape, here's whatever," and maybe they'll help you get in the door. And so that's an important point of things. The other thing I wanted to talk about is, so we've kind of discussed your musical pedigree. How much experience were either of you gamers, or did you sort of every once you play a game, or so how much of a gamer were you before you got in, so you had some idea of how this world worked?
Dan, do you want to start?
Sure. I'm a huge video game nerd. Been, always will be. I mean, sitting right in front of me is an Amiga 500. Sitting behind me, you can see all kinds of big box PC games and various things. To my right, there's an Apple IIgs. There's a 486, a 386, and Windows XP machine. I try to keep a little bit of everything, and it is music related to a degree. One of the video games I'm currently working on now, I'm actually using a Roland MT32 1987 non-general MIDI but MIDI synthesizer, and it's a huge pain in the butt. But that's the soundtrack on a game called The Crimson Diamond, and it just perfectly fits the aesthetic. I know you had Julia on yesterday, Neil, and I really enjoyed that panel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, she was great, and I really loved talking. And also you made some people very happy because they were asking questions about the MT32. They were wondering if that was going to come up. So Tony, how about you? How about your gamer pedigree?
Yes, I grew up loving. But I was more like Nintendo. Now, granted, I was a huge fan of Myst and the Myst series, so I did do a lot of like PC gaming, but not quite what Dan has in the background, like completely. I played Might and Magic a little bit, but mostly I was a Nintendo everything, and still am. In fact, it's kind of cut off on camera, but I have like a big Kirby like thing up there. So it is part of my life now, probably not as much as it used to be, because now it's more so I'm creating a bunch of stuff, and it's tough to find the time, when you're 15, it's very different when you're, 25, or whatever, 28, 30, 35, it's very different. But, yeah, so definitely. And I am using I'm using a Roland synth. I'm not as cool as Dan, and I don't have the actual Roland hardware synths in front of me, so I'm very jealous of Dan at the moment, because that sounds incredible.
Yeah, I've got my Roland Cloud subscription, and I've got my Sound Canvas module that I use, and so that's pretty good. That's as hardcore as I want to go as far as the old stuff goes, simply because messing with our actual hardware. No, I don't want to do that. No, thank you.
Same way to go about it.
Yeah, that's So I want to ask you. So, what was the first soundtrack, either from games or films or a television show, that really grabbed you and kind of inspired you to get into the line of work you're doing now?
I'm gonna say The Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask. And I know people always say, well, like Ocarina of Time was like the big winner, but Majora's Mask, I'd say, introduced a certain level of like dissonance to like the standard like kind of high fantasy Zelda soundtracks. Majora's Mask was kind of on this like kind of eerie, kind of like crunchy moment. I would say that blended with the Elder Scrolls Morrowind. The Elder Scrolls Morrowind especially, not so much Oblivion. Actually, a lot of Daggerfall too. I forgot to mention that. I played Daggerfall growing up. And so like those soundtracks, I think sort of that kind of playful Nintendo sound and also the more serious medieval sound kind of pushed me into this direction.
Mm-hmm. You just mentioned a couple titles from a couple of friends of mine, actually. Daggerfall was a game a buddy of mine designed, and Jeremy Soule, of course, did whatever. So, on the panel yesterday, whenever I was talking to Chris Taylor and Greg McMartin. Well, Jeremy Soule was one of the Cave Dog folks, and so
okay.
So I met Jeremy Soule when he was like 18 years old. And I remember it was the first time that someone came in and he was telling us about all this fabulous stuff he was going to do. And I'm just kind of looking at this kid, or whatever.
Yeah.
And so he takes this tape and he drops it into the thing and my jaw hit the floor because I just didn't think that someone sitting at home with their own gear could make something that sounded like that. So I remember meeting just a very young, whatever. So anyway, I didn't mean to cut you off here, Dan, or whatever. So what was sort of your influential kind of game soundtrack or film or like I say, it doesn't have to be from games.
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's a lot of television show theme songs that I just really loved. A-Team being one of them, even though it kind of predates me a little bit, but as far as games are concerned, there's a game called The Fairy Tale Adventure, which originally was designed for Amiga by a solo developer named David Joyner. As far as I understand, he did the entire game himself, and it's a huge game. Do you know about that one, Neil?
Yes, I do. Because David Joyner also worked in conjunction with the guys who made Might and Magic. That some of the developers for Might and Magic and David Joyner all had a group house together, and so we would go over to their house, and so they would once a month they would have a potluck. And so we would all go over this potluck, and it was crazy because Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle, who are big science fiction writers, they would come to this monthly party. There was Kelly Frias, who was a classic illustrator from the pulp science fiction stuff back in the 30s and 40s. He would come to this, but a lot of times I would go down in the basement to hang out with David, and he would be playing stuff on his stuff, talking about the soundtrack that he was doing for Fairy Tale. So, yep, I know who you're talking about. And
that's
and David was one of those sort of polymath people that just did everything really, really well. And last I heard, he's working for Google these days, and so he went really heavy on the sort of the tech side of stuff. But super talented guy. But yeah, the soundtrack to Fairy Tale was amazing. And so
you gotta listen to the Amiga version, and the Amiga NTSC version, because he designed it for. He was in California at the time, so it plays back at the correct speed on the NTSC or North American Amiga. It will not play back at the correct speed on the PAL, or if you play the Genesis port, it's a little. If you play the DOS port, I'm very sorry for you.
Yeah, Amiga was definitely his baby, that he loved the Amiga. And around the time I was getting in the industry, that was sort of all the artists love the Amiga, and so every artist I knew at the time all had an Amiga. Of course, for me, my weird thing is that when I was in college, I got into electronic music. And so I had grown up with working with an Atari 400 computer. I graduated up, got my 800, and then I went to the 520 ST because it was the only computer, to the best of my knowledge, that had built-in MIDI ports straight from the factory. And so a lot of the big composers like Jean-Michel Jarre was a big fan of Atari, and so he would promote that all the time. And so the Atari was my favorite computer. But of course, almost no games at the time that were coming out for PCs or at least computers were really on Atari. So it was so frustrating. But at least I could do cool things with music with it. And so the the Planet's Edge theme that you have was because it was on an Atari 520 ST. So there's a little bit of trivia for you.
Composed it on the Atari?
What?
You composed it on the Atari?
I composed it on the Atari. And of course doing the whole thing with I didn't have a score with like the little bars. So I was literally doing the drag out the bars on the roll piano roll and doing that. And so here's the duration or whatever. So I can't remember what the name of the program was for whatever, but it was I think it was a forerunner of Cubase. Was the program that it was, or whatever.
Cakewalk.
Cakewalk. Well, yeah.
I forget. My cousin was into that. I forget.
So long, it's been so long or whatever, but it's like I say, it was really early one. But again, Jean-Michel Jarre, I saw somebody else commenting about the word, but that was my main reason for getting into it, because Jean-Michel Jarre, I was a huge fan of his stuff, still am, and that was the computer he recommended, and so that's what I had plugged into my DX7, and so and multi-temporal was switching patches really fast. But anyway, this is about you guys, not about me. So,
I think it's great.
This is fascinating. I'm loving this. This is great.
So I'd like to kind of dig in and talk to you guys about what is your typical sort of composition process? So do you play the levels of the game you're writing beforehand and then work from that, or do you just get a description from the developer of what they want and then try to create something that fits that description? So what's sort of the process for you?
I'd say it depends, actually. On each project will definitely depend. So I think, like Call of Sargnar, for example, Damian, the developer, on some occasions there is enough playable material for me to work with some things, but then also I also have a list of stuff that he knows will be in the future, and like, here's some descriptions, here's some references, YouTube links, something written by another composer. A lot, almost always is a Betrayal at Frondour tune that he's sending me. I think maybe a couple Might and Magic games, maybe, but ultimately it really depends, because I've also in previous games had a full demo to play before they even said, we want you to do this. It was just like, here's a demo, what do you think? So I had a full, basically free reign to just really play it and experiment with it, with my keyboard while the demo was running and that sort of stuff. So it really depends. At least in my own experience, it really depends on how much I actually get before I can actually write something.
How about you, Dan?
Well, so for Empire of Sin, the earliest demos that I did, I didn't even know the name of the game, because it was I think I just had the dev title, which is not, they're not
a lot
always
to work with.
Yeah, it's not really much of the game. They did tell me it was 1920s Prohibition Chicago. I believe they told me that was the setting, but I didn't know much else about it. So I had to work almost exclusively from just little information. But what I did, and I'll always do, is a lot of research. So I was able to just listen to and try to absorb music of that time period to make it work. And then eventually, as the game got more, more music was needed for the game, I had a development build and I could play the game, and that was great. That was really helpful. I was helping with a little bit with QA with them as well. And that was also giving me like a really great understanding of the development process. So that helped a lot. Meanwhile, for the Crimson Diamond, it's been completely the opposite. I've literally composed almost all of the soundtrack live on Twitch with Julia Minamata streaming. She's the developer. I've been streaming, literally the two of us streaming, talking about what we're going to make for the song, making the song. And it's been like a really unique experience. I don't think that that's a common thing, since there's not a lot of composers doing a lot of stuff on Twitch in the first place, and probably not a lot of them doing their games live streaming. But it kind of puts the pressure on in a good way to perform, and the more I do it, the more comfortable I get with it.
Yeah, that's certainly the first I've ever heard of composing it live with an audience. That's pretty crazy. I couldn't do that. I mean, it's, of course, I at least in your case, people could kind of enjoy what's going on with you as you're doing it, because people talk to me about, well, why don't you do some more stuff on Twitch or whatever? I said, okay, I'm a writer. You're going to watch my screen. You go, it looks a little, okay, you backspace some, then it's going to be a 15-minute space while I decide what someone's going to say or whatever. So that wouldn't be terribly entertaining, but at least you and Julie have kind of made a show out of it. So I think that's kind of cool that you have another form of entertainment of the process itself of watching it. So that's kind of cool.
Well, I make dad jokes and she groans like Marge Simpson, so it works.
So this may be a little bit technical, but so I haven't really been involved with integrating music into games much or whatever. So, and it's evolved obviously a great deal from its early days or whatever. Because before, you would move between areas and there's a theme for here's the tavern theme and here's the outdoor theme or whatever. But now game soundtracks are a lot more sophisticated. They're a lot more flexible. They're dynamic. And so I want to talk about sort of composing for those circumstances. So, if you're like, say, for instance, you're moving from an outdoor exploration theme, and then suddenly there's a combat, and so you're going into a combat theme. So, are you writing a bridge piece to move from one to the other, or is there some other kind of dynamic technique that you're using for transitional situations? How do you handle that as a composer?
Go ahead.
I'm curious to hear.
I'm
Okay.
using very little adaptive music.
I was going to say, so in my experience, I say this, I shy saying this publicly, but I'm going to do it anyway. So in my experience, I've been, for better or for worse, everyone that I've worked with has been, including Damian, has been very like, they know how to program it. Here's what they need. Now I'm actually talking with Damian and the sound designer about getting FMOD, which is known as an implementation software or a middleware, right? Another one is called Wise with two W's, Wise. And so far, everyone I've worked with has been very good about just, well, this is how we want to program it, so just send us this info, send us the music this way, and we'll take care of it. So I learned FMOD a few years ago, actually, and have never needed to use it. And now these new games that I'm working on, they're like, hey, can you use FMOD? I'm like, sure, but it's like I wrote a bike once, now I have to learn how to do it again 6 years later. So, so far, the adaptable music in my creation process has been a lot of like making sure things are kind of relative key signatures, because I know that the developer is going to fade something out and start something new or crossfade something, right? And this way, I don't want it in some completely different key. It sounds like suddenly it's this strange mesh of overlap. So I kind of keep that in mind, because I know. So again, I use Call of Starkner as an example. You're in a town, you leave the town, there's some atmospheric whatever. When a battle starts, I just have sort of what they call a stinger, which is used in the film industry as well, or a stinger of being like almost like an intro, like a really quick intro to kind of bring you into then the loop track, right? But I'm letting Damian program it because that's just how we're working. But I do know of games out there, and actually one that I will do, the one where I'm delivering ice cream as a moose, Sunday Sailing, that one will definitely be a little bit more involved with the adaptability. Like, so for example, if you're on the high seas and you're sailing away on the high seas, the music needs to be uplifting, but then when you slow down, it needs, whether it's instruments be removed or a different arrangement kind of comes in of the same tune. So everything has to be overlapped kind of at the same time duration, saying everything. And even mastering that, even mixing and mastering that, you have to make sure that suddenly there's not one track is super, super bright and the other one's super, super warm. You have to kind of level things off and make sure that when they're playing kind of equally, that when they transition between the two, there's not going to be a huge kind of disruption to the player. So that's my spiel, at least. Take it away, Dan.
Sure. So, yeah, I haven't done much in the way of adaptive music. Initially, we were going to try to do some adaptive music, Crimson Diamond, but we realized kind of pretty quickly there wasn't going to be much other than some transitions. Maybe if we're doing background music, but that's going to be more like crossfades as opposed to sections. But yeah, what Tony spoke about, the middleware, is super important, and Wise is a piece of software that I want to take a lot more look at. FMOD as well. But there's a certification process for Wise if anybody's interested in that, and it's all available on their website. You can actually learn all the stuff for free. I think you just have to pay to take the tests, but that's something that I would like to spend more time with, because I know how important it is to be able to use, implement, and compose in that format of kind of layers or loops or transitions. What Tony said, using a stinger, is another cool way to do it, to kind of get around the problem of, well, how do we make this transition from this song to the next?
Now, to what degree are either or both of you involved with the sound design side of what's going on? Are you doing sound design for them, or are you interacting with a sound designer much?
I typically interact with the sound designer. I used to do it kind of all under one roof on my end, but decided the sound design just really wasn't for me. Like it was the kind of chore that I was like, someone is better suited. So the sound designer I call Sarkar, he and I kind of work as a team. So for any sort of pitches or portfolios or whatever, if they ask me for sound effects, I'm like, hey, here's Ben who will do sound effects with me. And essentially, Ben does it, and we just work together. So it's kind of a very collaborative process with the sound effect. At least I need to know what the sounds sound like. So if I know, for example, if combat sounds are all like high frequency, high in energy, I want to make sure that when I master the tune that's going to be played under, it's not just a huge buildup of certain frequencies, or if there's a real, boomy thing, I need to make sure that they program it so something dips down in the low end. There's all those little things to consider, which kind of talking with sound designers is very helpful.
How about you, Dan?
Yeah, so I actually did none of the Empire of Sin sound design. That was all John Romero, and he's also my audio director for the game. And so he gave me some early notes on mixing and balancing of the tracks, like especially for underscoring kind of just being, same thing in a movie, where there's other things happening and you want to have music there present, but you don't want to get in the way of all these other sounds. And John, if you don't know, you probably know John Romero from a number of different things, but one
Never
thing
heard of him.
yeah,
Never heard of him.
one thing you may not know about him is he's actually an award-winning sound designer.
I did not know that. That's
Yeah,
wow.
He loves to be diving into the sounds and stuff. I don't think he's trying to jump into the composition, but if he ever does, I'll try to pull him into something. But yeah, he loves doing the sound design. He really loves doing the sound design, and he works with myself and the other composer for the game, and it's kind of he's the audio director. So I got a quick crash course in composing for games from basically, one of the most legendary designers I could think of.
That's great.
Yeah.
So just kind of speaking about that, are you notching basically in the same area where you would for a human voice whenever you're doing stuff, or is it in a different band?
I'm not thinking about it that specifically. I don't know if Tony is, but I'm not thinking about it that specifically, except for we have more of a mood that's changed when there's a lot of dialogue. So like combat music is going to be a little bit more chaotic than say score music or sit downs in the game. And then with Julia's game, I have a lot of freedom because there is no actual other sounds other than, a couple of little door openings here and there. There's no dialogue. Well, there's dialogue, but there's no spoken dialogue. There's no audio. So I have a lot of freedom there.
So effectively, you are doing the sound design in that case, really, in some ways. Is that it's
our game? Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I am working with the MT32, pulling some sounds out of. And here's a funny story for you, Neil. The best computer to work with the MT32. Take a wild guess.
Would it be an Atari?
It might be an Atari ST. That's literally the best one, from what I understand. A lot of that back in the day to compose with that machine.
Well, again, that's back in the day, that was the musician's computer. The Amiga was the artist's computer, and the Atari 520 was the musician's computer. So aside from obvious interactive, dynamic, non-linear aspects of composition, are there any other differences that you can think of that differentiate writing music for games versus writing for music? Is there any other substantive kind of difference that you can think of?
Well, I think that video games are like the most inclusive art form out there. You can argue that point. I don't really want to argue it. It's just my opinion. But I feel like as a composer, I have so much freedom in terms of not needing to stick to point A to point B format, which I would need to do in a movie. A movie, you start it at one point and you stop it at the end point. So you can't really choose your own path or make different decisions, or the path, kind of gets chosen for you. And a movie may also need like thematic or instrumental material to return throughout the film. I don't know. I think a game, you can, like, if you go to different sections in a game, you can completely change, how it feels and the kind of music you'd write for the game. So I think it's very, very freeing in the confines of the game that you're in. It just feels like so much freedom, because I come from, making pop music and making dance hall music, which is, it's a pretty specific format. It's a certain time length, a certain number of chords. We're not going to be using too many seventh chords. We're not going to be using extended harmony. We're certainly not going to be using not much non-functional harmony, or we're all going to be using tonal harmony. So you have so much more freedom in games. Now, I don't know about with movies, you have a lot of freedom there too, but I just think you have even more. It's even more open than what you have in movies.
Tony,
Right.
what do you
And
think?
yeah, I was going to kind of piggyback off what he's saying is there is a certain level of freedom, and actually, there's even a freedom to do the very thing that film does too, if you want, right? And I think that's also the joy of it. So something like long-term RPG games, right? You may want to return to previous themes, and you may want to do sort of the film as thing, which is, so I agree with you in that there is a huge freedom. I would say too that, again, like coming from a classical background where, like film, there's let's say the piece is 5 minutes long, there's a beginning and there's an end, right? So I need to always be thinking about where's it going to go. On the same coin, I need to be thinking about where it's going to go for a loop track, right? But at least it's like, okay, you can just kind of create something that is always going to be playing nonstop over and over and over, which I think can be both fun and difficult, because let's just say as I'm writing it, you're writing, let's say it's a 3-minute track or something, and I'm suddenly modulating into some, I don't know, in F sharp. Let's say I get to F sharp, and it's like, well, the song started in the key of C. It's like, well, now I'm a tritone apart, so I got to find my way to go back into the key of C. So it's kind of a blessing and a curse, but it's also very liberating, because you can do it and just, well, I'm just going to do this, and as long as it suits the game, as long as it suits the vision of the game, then hey, go for it.
Well, I want to say in regard to that is I really appreciate what you guys do so much, simply because it is so hard to come up with a theme that is interesting and provides some emotional context without, particularly if you're dealing with ambient soundtracks, is something that I can listen to for an hour on a loop and I don't get annoyed and want to turn the thing off. And so I think that's a very fine line, is finding that thing that I can listen to it on a constant loop and it sounds really great, but it never intrudes on my consciousness or whatever. So
Right.
I give kudos to both of you to knowing how to do that, because I think that is an art all by itself, is just knowing how to do that and do that well. So, okay, this is going to be one of the kind of a deep dive question for you. And if you don't have an answer for it, it's okay. There are no right or wrong answers for this, but what has been either the most unusual or the trickiest elements you might have ever dropped into a composition? Like an upbeat dirge, a jazz bagpipe, dancing music for a demon lord. What's the weirdest thing that you've had to kind of wrestle with?
Wow. Dan, do you have an answer? I got to think about this.
I mean, believe it or not, Empire of Sin was a perfect thing, because it was 1920s Prohibition Chicago. But if you listen to 1920s music and you try to cram hours of that into one game, we just kind of felt like it didn't really work without taking some liberties. So I'm working for Brenda and John Romero, and I'm thinking to myself, these guys are metalheads. I've got to put some metal and dance hall too. Brenda's a dance hall head as well. So I've got to sneak some metal in there. And I would say that metal is not very snuck in. It's pretty obvious. but subtly I have some dance hall snuck into the rhythms of the game, and I just felt like it worked. It just I wanted to have that in there because I wanted to be honest to, yes, it's 1920s Chicago, okay, but we don't want to make it exactly perfectly a copy of something. We want to make it Empire of Sin. It's a game. It's a vision. It's a vision of a creator, and this particular creator, Brenda Romero, had been kind of germinating this idea for 20 something years in her head. She wanted to make this game forever. So I was saying to myself, like, dude, make something that you're going to love, but also the game designers are going to just be like, yes, I want this. I wanted to be in their heads. I wanted to think like, they get this music and they're like, what the hell is this? Is a shredder solo. This is great. I wanted that. So that was my kind of unusual, or I suppose tricky element. I didn't do any dancing music for a Demon Lord, but I like the sound of that too.
Tony, how about you?
That's awesome. I think you win, basically. So I mentioned the game at the beginning, the Ambassador for Active Timelines. Those developers, two guys, Ryan and TJ, I met them on. Actually, we connected online through a forum post, and 4 years later they hired me. So networking, hooray, goes back to that topic too. But they wanted me. I kid you not. Their description for they were like, the soundtrack for the Ambassador, we want it to be Celtic, orchestral, and lo-fi, like all in one. Like kind of like the Netflix and chill lo-fi type music, like kind of hip hop, kind of trap lo-fi music, but orchestral and Celtic influence. And I was like, that is going to be really hard. Honestly, I'd probably give myself a 6 out of 10. I don't think I got a 10 out of 10 by doing this, but it was actually really interesting to kind of make this happen, because I was like, okay, well, what lo-fi samples can I use that will blend well with sort of like an orchestral ambient subset, and also with like Celtic modalities, so I would get like some solo violin things in there. So it was very unconventional. It was a little bit way out of my wheelhouse. I did the best I could, but I think that alone was like, the whole soundtrack was like a wrestle. Because even they said the very last track, they said, well, we want that, but we want it to be also heavy metal at the same time. And I was like, okay. It's like you're asking me to do all these things. So I don't know what this is going to sound like. And so I listened to a lot of heavy metal for a week and did my best. I think it was more like a zombie survival mode when you beat the game. They're like, yeah, we want to get like real heavy and insane. So Celtic, lo-fi, orchestral, and metal all in one track. I was like, good luck. Good luck, guys. This is what it's going to sound like.
Naturally.
That's I go. Those all naturally go together. I don't know what the problem is.
Right.
Like one of my joke question there or whatever. But my ambition for a long time is I wanted to compose an entire jazz bagpipe album.
That's
and I'm
awesome.
still going to do.
You better do it. You better do it.
Yeah, I have to do that. It's, and I actually own a bagpipe, but that's another story.
Gotta be Atari ST though, Neil.
Yes, for Atari ST, yes.
Neil, I want you as a guest bagpipe in the Call of Saginaw soundtrack, just for the record.
Yeah, you really don't want that unless you want it to basically see this is what happens when you kill someone while they're playing bagpipes. That's what you're going to get, So
yes,
but
I'll talk to Damian.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll make that a level. Well, if he's doing barding, right? If he's going to do, like,
I think he is. Yep.
If he is, so there's going to be one place. I think he should put one place in the game where it's not about having a lute. They have a bagpipe, so you have to start at the bottom of that scale. And of course, the hard part is for a lot of people is they aren't going to know the difference between whenever it sounds like it's supposed to and whenever you're really bad at it. What's the difference? Okay. So the next question. So all of you who are not musicians are going to tune out for this next part because we're going to get really geeky here. We've already discussed the MT32 a little bit. But I want to talk about tools, what you're composing with, what you're orchestrating. So do you use more than one DAW? Or do you use different DAWs for different things? advantages of one over the other, and also what's the workhorse library that you use the most, in terms of VSTs and that sort of thing. So, so whoever wants to start with that.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Actually exclusively use Pro Tools for composition and mixing, which is kind of odd. I don't think a lot of people like Pro Tools for composing, but that's just what I'm comfortable on. I occasionally will use Logic, but that's not typically for game music. I'm working on my Wise certifications, so I'm looking to use Wise as well, which is kind of a DAW in a way. You don't really build the music in Wise, but you're building the implementation there through that. And for Empire of Sin, I leaned pretty heavily on addictive drums, addictive keys, and Project Sam's Swing More, which has a lot of like jazz kind of sounds, and I degraded them as best I could. I used the Cinesamples core libraries, the Red Room Audio palette and Saga libraries, and obviously for the Crimson Diamond, I use exclusively the 1987 Roland MT32.
So,
That's
Tony,
awesome.
how about you?
So I'm exclusively in Cubase in terms of composition and mixing and all that. But actually, I take it back. Mixing, like the production side of things, is Cubase. The composition side of things, I use Sibelius, so notation. Everything I write, I notate first. Because again, that's my background. That's what I know, live, and breathe. So when I study a score, okay, how do they orchestrate this? I see notes. When I want to kind of emulate a certain orchestration, I need to see notes. I can't just do piano roll by itself. So I compose in Sibelius, export the MIDI information, throw it in the Cubase, and then mostly all the games that I'm working on now are almost all orchestral, except for that Evercraft, that's Roland. But the other three, Call of Sargon included, I will almost always have the Orchestral Tools Berlin Symphonic Series, so the woodwinds brass. Not the strings, because when I started the Call of Sargon soundtrack, I was using the East-West libraries, and those strings I actually still kind of really like, and they kind of match the style of the game more so than the Berlin strings. So it's kind of a blend of the East-West strings and then Berlin everything else. Previously, it was East-West everything, but now I'm going back right now into about 40 minutes worth of the music and kind of redoing it with the Berlin samples included. So, and then Fmod is sort of Dan mentioned the Y certification. I've been playing with Fmod these days, and that's just my implementation of choice.
Yeah, for Berlin for woodwinds, I think is definitely my favorite thing. And
so good.
For strings, I really like the Hans Zimmer strings from Spitfire. Spitfire's got some good stuff there.
Right.
So what general advice do either of you have basically for any composers who might want to get into the industry? We talked about networking, but do you have any other sort of general advice for someone who wants to do this themselves?
Get another job. No, I'm just I think like the music industry where I came from, relationships are key. So we say networking a lot of the time, but I really think that only tells half of the story. I think the relationships are more important. And at the end of the day, if you can do the job, like if you can do a great job composing the music that'll fit the game, at the end of the day, developers do need your help. I would say find and follow indie games that are in development that you've seen, follow people that you like, and then like Neil said at the beginning, there's game dev meetups. I go to a couple, pre-pandemic, I went to a couple of different ones. One was in Long Island and one was in New York City, which I'm kind of near both, or in one of them and near the other one. And those are great places. Even if you can't get a job there directly, you may meet somebody eventually that introduces you to somebody else, or somebody there may have already heard of your work that you've done if you've, made some cool demos or whatever. So I think relationships, build relationships. Networking is fine. You need to do that to build relationships, but build the relationships with the people. I know for a fact that's why I'm working on the two main games I'm working on, Empire of Sin and Crimson Diamond, are because of the relationships that I had with the developers.
Right. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I completely agree. In terms of, I guess, a mentor of mine, Akash the Car. He was the sound designer for Hyperlight Drifter. He always tells me, and I tell this to everyone else too, is it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And so a lot of the games that I'm working on now is stemming from literally, I'm talking 4 years ago of like a single forum post, and like then we connected and talked throughout Twitter and stuff. And then 4 years later, hey, we're ready for you, right? So not necessarily everything happens overnight. It's not like, hi, my name is, I'm a composer and hire me, right? Job tomorrow. Like it doesn't always work that way. Sometimes it does. Sometimes I've seen people make mock videos or mock audio for games in progress, and the developer's like, hey, we need a composer. Lo and behold, like we'll hire you. And so that's great. But I would say more often than not, like Dan said, relationships are key. And I think, my personal piece of advice would be to just start making and start demonstrating. Because the thing is, if you're, and I'm speaking from someone who lives in the middle of northern Michigan, right? I'm 4 hours away from Detroit, right? So I'm in like rural Northwest Lower Peninsula of Michigan. All of my jobs have come from online. I don't have any local meetups. So it's been all through Twitter, all through Instagram, all through emails. So, but I was very present, right? So I'd make stuff and I'd showcase it. I'd interact and I'd literally designate 2 hours a day initially. Now I don't have that time, but initially 2 hours a day to Twitter and emailing and all just the messaging and just creating those relationships. And now I'm kind of seeing the fruits of that labor 4 or 5 years afterward. Damian, the Call of Saragnar, that was very different. That was just kind of like, hey, I like the game, and hey, I like your music. Let's work together. It was just kind of a random thing. But the other ones that I'm doing and the ones that I've done recently, long term. So that's just be ready to create and be patient. That's the key, is patience.
And I think to the point to just kind of amplify what you said about meeting with folks, and the thing about it is going to or meeting with other musicians are going to help you grow as a musician. If you want to become a game person, though, is you want to be the person that's there to kind of help them with their stuff, because as you're completely right, Dan, it's because the developers are looking for your help. They don't want to go to another. They're not if they're at a game meetup or whatever. They're maybe looking for a musician. That's a skill set they don't have. And so if you can have that, bring that thing to the table. And so, but I'm not saying that you shouldn't hang out with other musicians or whatever, because you never know. Like I say, you're going to learn things from them. And again, sometimes you might say, hey, you know what? I'm tied up. I can't do this particular project, but maybe this would be good for you. Because the same thing has been true for me as a designer and as a writer. Because occasionally I get, a friend of mine that says, I'm tied up on this project. I don't really have enough time. Let me throw the ball to you. And we do that back and forth all the time. And so, you might have a project where they need more than one musician because the project is really big, and everything else. And so, so we're getting pretty much actually to the end of our time here. But this is actually a perfect time to talk about, since we're talking about interacting and whatever else. Tell us where we can find your stuff online. How can we find the music that you've got out there, or where are you socially on the internet, so that we can listen to the stuff you're doing and hire you and all that kind of wonderful stuff?
Yeah, the best thing for me is play Empire of Sin. It's free on Xbox Game Pass. Download the demo of the Crimson Diamond on Steam or itch.io. That's that's free for the demo. Come see a live concert when we have them of Sean Paul. And you can also find me on Twitch. I do stream twice a month with Julia, live music composition. And on there, it's Dan the Band Music. And my Twitter, I think I put up there already, is Twitter at Dan the Band.
Wonderful. And Tony.
Yeah, so you can find me on Spotify. There's gonna be a few more releases this year, and one will be the Call of Saragnar Prologue EP, which will feature some of almost all the music from the demo that is available to patrons at this time, as well as some previous stuff, and actually some of my singer-songwriter stuff as well is on there. But mostly you can really hear everything else that I'm kind of working in progress on my website, which is manfredoniamusic.com. So my last name, music.com. My Twitter, at Tony Manfredonia. My Instagram, at Tony Manfredonia. That I'm often showing sort of stuff in progress that isn't really allowed to be publicly kind of published on Spotify as of right now. But I have a lot of stuff literally in the pipeline scheduled to release for later this year and early 2022. So keep your eyes peeled.
Wonderful. I really appreciate both you guys taking the time to dive in here and get weird and talk about all of the nuts and bolts of what you do. And again, I have a huge appreciation for both of what you guys are working on. And so looking forward to definitely hearing all the stuff that you guys got coming down the pike. And, you know, always, I love chatting with other creative folks. And so maybe if we ever do one of these in the future, have you guys back and we'll find some other weird angle to talk about, or maybe you'll actually write that demon, dancing, theme for me or whatever. So, but anyway, it was really good having the both of you, and thank you for being part of LockDownCon too.
No, thank you, Neil. I can't imagine how much work you've been doing the past couple days and leading up to this. So
I'm going to sleep finally after we get off this panel. I'm telling you that right now.
Closing it out.
Right? Yeah. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Neil, so much. You're awesome.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Take it easy. Have a good night. Sleep well.
And that is it for LockDownCon 2. I really have this has been an amazing experience this year. And as we said, whenever we got started, we didn't know last year whether we were going to try to do this again. We didn't know whether it was going to be necessary because, we thought last year whenever we held LockDownCon 1 is that, well, the conventions will be happening again. Everybody's will be going off to Comic-Con and all these big conventions, and everything will be rolling again. And none of us had any idea that here we would be, a year later, and we'd still be dealing with the tail end of things. And everything's improving. It does look like we're going to have conventions again. Comic-Con is going to be happening at the end of November, and various other conventions are opening up, and so we're going to be seeing those events coming up in the year. And so like I say, we didn't know we were going to do it, but whenever we decided that we kind of saw where the situation was, we said, well, let's do this again. Let's have all of our wonderful same kind of stuff that we did the first year, is talk to writers and artists and musicians and game designers and scientists and all these crazy people. And so I really appreciate all of you for taking this journey with us. And again, I'm so thankful. We had amazing panelists this year, and we had people, one of the panels, we had people in Australia on one side and people that were in Slovenia on the other side of the globe at the same time. That was probably our most international panel in terms of how many people were calling in from different places at the same time. So grateful for all of our panelists, super grateful for all of you that have been, loyally watching us and commenting and tweeting about us and everything else. And so thank you so much. Maybe if we're completely insanely lunatic, maybe we'll try to do this again. I don't know yet. I'm not making any promises, but we might at least be doing something with this channel. So we might be bringing back people one-on-one for interviews throughout the year. We'll just kind of see how that works. But in closing, I just want to say thank you to everyone. I hope you all stay well, you stay healthy, stay creative, continue to do cool, awesome, amazing stuff. Because if nothing else from this event, I want all of you to take some of the energy you've had from these creators, from these thinkers, these scientists, take that off and do something personal with it and put that in your own lives and spread the love and the energy back out into the universe. I have been Neil Halford. I continue to be Neil Halford, hopefully. But I've enjoyed this immensely, and you take care, and we'll see you in some form, hopefully in the near future. Take care.